After a long silence, Xianxia's eyes suddenly became clear again, and with a thoughtful look upon his face, he summoned out his pill furnace while taking a few herbs from his black book space. Next, his conflagrated divine sense burst forth and wrapped up the herbs, quickly using his blazing hot spiritual energy to condense them into medicinal liquids and then depositing them into the pill furnace. His conflagrated knowledge then penetrated the pill furnace and manipulated the various medicinal liquids, combining and refining them in an orderly fashion. A moment later, a fresh pill fragrance filled the air. With a light whooshing sound, a round pill flew out of the pill furnace, and Xianxia grabbed it in his hand before carefully examining it, soon revealing a smile on his face. A saint pill. It had been far simpler and straightforward to refine this pill compared to using his true qi to do so, all while requiring less time. On top of all that though, Xianxia felt that if he became more skilled at using his conflagrated divine sense in this manner, the average quality of the pills he refined would increase as well. Using his conflagrated divine sense for alchemy was on a completely different level than using his true qi. Throughout the process, Old Man Li and Diao were also completely engrossed. Diao was thoroughly amazed. Even though he had seen his master refine pills using his conflagrated knowledge many times, he still couldn't help feeling a sense of wonderment each time it was done. Regarding this unique advantage Xianxia possessed, naturally he was quite envious. Old Man Li also gave a firm nod, his eyes flashing brilliantly. The comprehension ability and aptitude Xianxia just displayed made him feel that sharing his own experiences with this young boy was worthwhile. This youth will certainly be able to thoroughly understand his many experiences and from their form his own unique opinions and insights. Many thanks for Old Man Li's guidance. Xianxia stored away the pill and cupped his fists once more. Ho ho, little brother is too polite. This old master teaching you these things also comes with a condition. Old Man Li smiled. Old Man Li, please name it. This old master wants to ask, how did you acquire your conflagrated knowledge C? Also, I sense that the strength of your conflagrated knowledge C seems to be no worse than this old master's. It is difficult for me to imagine, at your age, you being able to cultivate your conflagrated knowledge C to this level. If it is convenient, can you dispel this old master's doubts? Xianxia paused to organize his thoughts for a moment before replying. About the first question, it was actually an unexpected accident. I once acquired a piece of yang crystal jade which had given birth to a true spirit. Hoping to enhance my own cultivation, I attempted to absorb and refine that jade true spirit, but I had never anticipated that during the process I would acquire a conflagrated knowledge C. A jade true spirit? Hearing this, Old Man Li's expression changed greatly. Your courage isn't small, actually daring to absorb such a thing. At the time, I didn't think too much of it, but looking back now, I realized just how reckless that act was. Xianxia grinned wryly. Fortunately, the jade true spirit was not too strong, or there would be no me here today. Old Man Li nodded slightly and contemplated for a moment before saying, refining a true spirit indeed could allow one to give birth to a conflagrated knowledge C, but this method is a bit too dangerous. Old Man Li asking this was obviously for Diao's sake. The former very much wanted his apprentice to acquire a conflagrated knowledge C, but Xianxia's approach was obviously not suitable. Even setting aside all the danger involved in refining a jade true spirit, at the end of the day there was no guarantee this method would allow Diao to acquire a conflagrated knowledge C. The fact that Xianxia could was simply a coincidence. About the second question, Xianxia slowly said, my conflagrated knowledge C's intensity being comparable to Old Man Li's is probably because I swallowed someone else's conflagrated knowledge C, rather than because of my own efforts in cultivating it. Swallowed the conflagrated knowledge C of another? Old Man Li's brow wrinkled slightly. Old Man Li misunderstands. I did not rob someone of their knowledge C. In a certain place, I found the sealed conflagrated knowledge C remnants of a number of cultivators. Since their spiritual energy had been relatively well preserved, it allowed me to swallow and refine them to enhance my own. Xianxia explained. Your opportunities really make others jealous, Diao said without trying to hide his intense envy. In this world, cultivator with mutated divine senses were incredibly rare, to the point it could be said that the only high-level alchemists with conflagrated knowledge in Tongxian realm were Yang Kai and Old Man Li. There may be others with conflagrated knowledge but most if not all were not proficient in alchemy and could only use their mutated divine senses to fight. This old master understands. Old Man Li nodded lightly. Thank you, little brother, for answering this old master's questions. The information you provided has been quite helpful. Old Man Li is too polite. Junior has benefited greatly from Old Man Li already, Yang Kai quickly said, pondering for a moment before asking, Senior, is there anything else you wish to tell me? Before, Old Man Li had correctly guessed that Yang Kai had only joined Soaring Heaven sect recently but had not revealed his reasoning behind this assumption, which intrigued Yang Kai. Someone of Old Man Li's status would never make random guesses or say meaningless words. Since he had made a point of asking this question, there was obviously something more to it. This may or may not be related to you. Old Man Li smiled before handing over a pill to Yang Kai. Yang Kai accepted the pill and after carefully inspecting it asked, Isn't this the pill I refined? This pill was the one he had refined in the inn when he was competing with Diao, the one with pill veins. If it is convenient, could little brother portray the spirit arrays you used to refine this pill? Old Man Li said, quickly adding, Rest assured, this old master is not trying to spy on your secrets. I just have some doubts about your methods. It's not inconvenient at all. Yang Kai smiled. Regarding people like Old Man Li, Yang Kai felt completely relieved sharing his knowledge, quickly using his true chi to inscribe the spirit arrays he had used into his pill furnace. Soon, the spirit arrays had been completed and Yang Kai handed over his pill furnace. Accepting it, Old Man Li carefully inspected the spirit arrays, a thoughtful look appearing on his face after a moment before handing it to Diao and saying, Have a look. Diao wore a confused expression but still followed his master's instruction. A short time later also revealing an interested look. How is it? Yang Kai asked, confused by the reactions of this master-apprentice pair. Interesting? Diao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. The spirit arrays used by Brother Yang have some subtle differences from the ones we use now. They seem more ancient. Old Man Li nodded lightly. These are very old spirit arrays, ones that have been lost to time, and they are definitely superior to the ones we use now. I learned them from a very ancient book, Yang Kai explained. If Old Man Li wants, I can portray all of the spirit arrays I have learned for you. Old Man Li chuckled lightly in response. There's no need. This old master asking you about this is not because I want to acquire your methods, but because this old master and Yaoer have encountered these spirit arrays before, so I thought that incident might be related to little brother. Yang Kai's brow wrinkles. I'd like to hear the details, please. Brother Yang, it's like this. Diao began narrating. I have been cultivating with my master in the mountains since birth, studying the alchemic way for an entire 20 years. Just a few years ago, Master decided to take me out of the mountains and experience the world. I had always thought I was invincible among my peers in the field of alchemy. But in this floating cloud city, I lost to Brother Yang. And before that, I lost to another person 2 years ago. Hearing this, Yang Kai was shocked. Is there someone out there in our generation who is superior to Brother D in alchemy? Good. What made me feel especially depressed was that she was a young woman. Diao looked at Yang Kai with a grin. Yang Kai was stunned, but suddenly remembering something. His eyes brightened as he eagerly asked, What kind of woman? I don't know. Her face was covered with a veil, but she wore a small sapphire on her forehead, and her eyes were exceptionally bright and pure. She should be a great beauty with innocent and cute looks. Yang Kai's breathing gradually became hurried and his voice trembled as he asked, Was there a somewhat lewd-looking old man with her? Lewd. Diao's expression became bewildered. And there was an old man with her who had a bit of a rascally look in his eyes. Was that old fogey surnamed Meng? Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked. Sure enough, they really are related with little brother. Old Man Li gently nodded. When I saw some traces of the spirit array little brother used to refine this pill, this old master had some guesses, but was unsure. Now it really seems like little brother and that young miss are from the same sect, yes? After all, the spirit arrays you use are identical. She is my senior sister. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. There could be no mistake. 2 years ago, the young woman who beat Di Yao in an alchemy competition must have been Xianxia. In this world, only Xianxia could accomplish this. Of that Yang Kai was certain. Which insanely fierce sect are you from? Di Yao was dumbstruck. That woman seemed to have some kind of special constitution that allowed her to use not only her own true qi but the surrounding world energy to perform alchemy. She could even produce pill veins at will. I lost all 3 matches I had with her miserably. It was quite a heavy blow to my confidence. Then there's you who is even more of an anomaly. You even have a conflagrated knowledge. See. I can't compare with either of you senior sister and junior brother pair. She does have a special constitution, one related to alchemy. Yang Kai nodded, a great excitement filling his heart. After looking for so long, he had finally found a useful clue to his friend's whereabouts. The sacred spirit medicine body. Old Man Li suddenly said, "No wonder. She possessed the sacred spirit medicine body. In time, her achievements will definitely surpass this old master's." Meng Wuya, that old bastard, actually trying to be mysterious and refusing to disclose such an important matter to this old master. Yang Kai expression changed. From the way he referred to Meng Wuya, he could infer that Old Man Li and Treasurer Meng were old acquaintances and may even belong to the same generation of masters. "Senior, when you met them, was there anyone else with them?" "I have another senior sister and a friend who should have been together with them." "Are they also proficient in alchemy?" Diao asked worriedly. "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "Unfortunately no. At the time, this old master only saw Meng Wuya accompanying that little girl surnamed Xia." Yang Kai's complexion immediately became bad as his heart began to pound. If Meng Wuya was with Xianxia, what about Su Yan and Old Demon? Where had the 2 of them gone? Yang Kai wasn't too worried about Old Demon. After all, the latter was originally from Tongxian Realm and had occupied the body of a demon general. Except for Saint Realm Masters, no one would be able to hurt him, but Su Yan was different. A young woman all alone in this world, with her weak strength and great beauty. What would become of her if she encountered some kind of danger? What reason was there for her to separate from Meng Wuya? Or what accident had she encountered? Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of a valley as all kinds of negative thoughts swirled about his head. Seeming aware of Yang Kai's anxiety, Old Man Li quickly offered some words of comfort. Yang Kai also understood that thinking the way he was would not help the situation. Only by finding Meng Wuya and asking him would he be able to grasp what had actually happened. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's mood gradually settled and he asked, "Old Man Li, where did you and Brother D meet them?" "Blue Water City." "Blue Water City?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. "And it's a city a few months' journey away from here. But even if you go there, you most likely won't find them. We met them 2 years ago and at the time Meng Wuya said they would be leaving in short order. They have likely long left Blue Water City," Old Man Li said slightly apologetically. From the intense reaction Yang Kai had shown, it was clear that Meng Wuya and that little girl surnamed Xia were very important to him. "Regardless, this is the first clue I've obtained about them. So even if they left long ago, I still have to go and investigate," Yang Kai said solemnly. "And very well," Old Man Li smiled and nodded. "Then I will simply wish little brother good luck." I must take advantage of Old Man Li's auspicious words. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Bidding farewell to Old Man Li and Di Yao, Yang Kai hurried back to the inn. This time, in addition to a wealth of knowledge, he had obtained a valuable clue from Old Man Li about Meng Wuya and his little senior sister's whereabouts, which was a pleasant surprise. Armed with this information, Yang Kai didn't want to delay, so after explaining the situation to Tsang Yen and Fei Yu, he immediately set off for Blue Water City. Both Tsang Yen and Fei Yu knew that Yang Kai had been looking for his 2 senior sisters. So now that he had a clue about them, although his chances of finding them were somewhat slim, they made no effort to stop him and instead volunteered to escort him to Blue Water City. Yang Kai of course politely refused. The 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, which he had taken more than a year to bring back, was something his martial uncles and martial aunt had even sought after in their dreams as it was the key to them breaking through to the Saint Realm. How could Yang Kai delay them for his personal matters? Yang Kai's attitude was incredibly firm, so Song Yan and Fei Yu eventually relented, urging him to pay attention to his safety and reminding him that if he was to suffer any grievances outside, he must return to the sect and inform them. Feeling the care and concern of his martial uncle and martial aunt, Yang Kai's heart was warmed. As for acting alone outside, it was something Yang Kai was very skilled at. For so many years, he had basically single-handedly forged his own path in the world. Tidying up his things, Yang Kai immediately departed. Outside Floating Cloud City, Song Yan and Fei Yu watched him leave before turning in a different direction and flying off towards Soaring Heaven Sect. They needed to return and prepare to break through to the Saint Realm. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Old Man Li and Di Yao also said their goodbyes to Ao Gu and the others before setting off on the road again. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling impatient and rushed ahead as swift as wind and quick as lightly the whole way. Although he knew that after so long, there was not much hope he would be able to see them, he still tried his best to get to Blue Water City as soon as possible to see if he could obtain some useful clues about Treasurer Meng and Xianing Chang's whereabouts. Even crossing famous mountains and rivers, Yang Kai ignored everything around him and madly dashed forward. Now that he had broken through to the Transcendent Realm, his speed had increased dramatically, and when he came to uninhabited regions, Yang Kai also unfurled his wind and thunder wings to further increase his pace. Although transcendents were by no means weak in Tongxian realm, reaching such a cultivation was still not enough to dominate the world. Yang Kai estimated that, at the very least, he would have to break through to the Saint Realm before being able to move about unobstructed here. He had to become stronger and stronger in order to establish a real foothold in this place. Although he had become a disciple of Soaring Heaven Sect, and his ancestral founder and martial uncles were all very good to him, in the end that was not his own strength. What Yang Kai wanted was a power that belonged to him. As time passed, Yang Kai's feeling of urgency gradually calmed down. After his mood settled, Yang Kai suddenly became more and more cheerful. The self-confidence and unyielding determination he had relied on in the past seemingly returning. He felt that as long as he was given enough time, one day, he would once again stand at the top of the world and become a true hegemon. He had the unyielding golden skeleton and the demon eye of annihilation. With this legacy of the great demon god, as long as Yang Kai could bring out their full potential, there was no limit to how strong he could become. On the road, Yang Kai did not idle, immersing himself in the sentiments he had obtained from the starry sky as well as comprehending the knowledge regarding conflagrated knowledge seas that Old Man Li had taught him, integrating all of these insights into his own strength. This change in mentality and rise in self-confidence was like a catalyst that allowed Yang Kai to comprehend and solidify his own foundation and strength. His recently promoted Transcendent Realm cultivation was quickly stabilized as a result. Across the endless wilderness, there were endless forests filled with ancient towering trees and vast rivers, and lakes filled with pristine waters. Beautiful sighs and fresh air rich in world energy and vitality surrounded Yang Kai. Traces of monster beast and human activity could also be seen every now and then. As Yang Kai flew past, the psychological burden he had originally felt gradually melted away. After half a month, after passing through a vast forest and crossing over a towering mountain range, Yang Kai felt wind wash over him. This breeze had a faint salty smell to it. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help changing slightly as a feeling of familiarity came over him. When he was still young and weak and left High Heaven Pavilion for the first time, when he arrived at Sea City, he had smelled a similar scent in the air. Because it was the breeze coming in off the ocean, it contained the smell of salt and fish. Looking into the distance, on the remote horizon, there was an endless expanse of sparkling blue. The wind was blowing in from that direction, but it was only after Yang Kai had crossed the mountain range behind him that he had been able to realize this ocean's existence. The ocean? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He hadn't expected the so-called Blue Water City to be a coastal city and only realized now that, in his hurry, he had failed to acquire any information about this place before rushed off. Song Yan and Fei Yu had not informed him about this either. So when Yang Kai saw this scene, he couldn't help reminiscing about his previous experiences. It was as if he had suddenly returned to his former world and arrived at Sea City once again. Remembering about the masters from the Endless Sea Island sects and the young peacock-raising girl Zhong Miao, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling warmly, shaking his head a moment later to dispel these thoughts from his mind before flying forward once more. The closer he got to Blue Water City, the more concentrated the water attribute energy in the air became. This place was definitely a good place for water attribute cultivators to practice. 3 days later, Yang Kai finally arrived at Blue Water City, paid a crystal stone to the guards, and entered safely. Inside Blue Water City, the atmosphere was lively. Many cultivators here wore light blue robes because they cultivated water attribute secret arts and martial skills, so they had a special affection for this color. Here, Yang Kai's true Yang secret art was faintly suppressed, but that did not affect him too seriously. Those like him who cultivated Yang or fire attribute secret arts would not be willing to live in a place like this. If they were to remain here for too long, not only would their secret art be suppressed, their strength might even degrade. Although he already knew the chances were slim, Yang Kai still felt somewhat disappointed shortly after arriving in Blue Water City. He had not released his divine sense yet, but he was certain that Meng Wuya was no longer here. Treasurer Meng's Heavenly Palace defensive artifact was still in Yang Kai's possession. So when he arrived in Blue Water City, Yang Kai had deliberately taken it out of the black book space. If Meng Wuya was really here, the Heavenly Palace would have shown some reaction. After all, this artifact still had Meng Wuya's soul mark on it. Since there was no reaction, though, it showed that Meng Wuya and Xianxia have long since left. After a brief bout of depression, Yang Kai collected himself and began to search for information in Blue Water City. Although Meng Wuya and his little senior sister had already left, they might have left behind some clues Yang Kai could use to search for them. Now that he had an official identity as an alchemist and an alchemist guild token, it was no longer necessary for him to wander about on his own to inquire about news. After strolling around for a while, Yang Kai arrived at the Blue Water City Alchemist Guild branch. Once he showed his Alchemist Guild token, he easily obtained information from the other alchemists in the branch. Yang Kai's Alchemist Guild token was the one he had acquired when he first came to Grand Boulder City, so it still only showed he was a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist. Even so, the other alchemists of Blue Water City were still amazed. Regarding this Alchemist Guild branch, the manager was only a 100-year-old spirit-grade top-rank alchemist. So Yang Kai was extremely warmly received and praised as a talent from the younger generation. Yang Kai had to admit that having an Alchemist Guild token really made things more convenient wherever he went. Although this world was vast, almost every city had an Alchemist Guild branch unless the city was too small. Of course, not every Alchemist Guild branch had a manager like Old Man Du, who was a Saint-grade alchemist. For example, Blue Water City's highest-ranked alchemist was only Spirit-grade top-rank. In other places, even Spirit-grade mid-rank alchemists could be branch managers. Yang Kai came here to inquire about information, firstly because with his alchemist status it was convenient to do so, and secondly because Xianxia was also an alchemist. There was a chance she had interacted with the other alchemists here. However, after asking around, everyone here simply shook their heads. Only one person said that he had seen this old and young pair, but even he had never had any interactions with them. Moreover, his memory of the event was somewhat foggy as it had already been 2 years. Yang Kai felt helpless but still thanked this man for his help. It seemed as though the clue he had obtained from Old Man Li was a dead end. Yang Kai thought to himself with a forced smile. Although this series of disappointments made Yang Kai feel somewhat depressed, he did not become disheartened. He firmly believed that one day he would be able to reunite with Su Yan and Xianxia and even Old Demon, that old bastard. Over the next few days, Yang Kai continued to looking for clues in Blue Water City, while searching for a number of medicinal herbs. These herbs were things he needed to refining the Saint Pill for the ancient demon clan and were only produced in ocean regions. Thus they were quite rare and precious. Yang Kai believed he may be able to find them here. Time passed by quickly, yet Yang Kai did not make much progress. Not only did he not find any messages or clues left behind by Meng Wuya, even the herbs he was searching for eluded him. The people he asked always shook their heads or gave him strange looks, claiming that these herbs were almost extinct or they had never heard of them before. 1 month later, when Yang Kai was inquiring about the news in a certain medicine store, he suddenly noticed that there were several people who were clearly following him. His brow wrinkling, Yang Kai looked back and saw a group of cultivators led by a burly middle-aged man making no attempt to hide themselves approaching him. This group of people weren't very strong, all of them only Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators, but there was a large number of them and their auras were fierce. Obviously they were not a peaceful bunch. When they arrived in front of Yang Kai, the middle-aged man unscrupulously stared at him. "Do you need something?" Yang Kai asked in a somewhat disgruntled tone. Since this group of people weren't giving him friendly looks, naturally Yang Kai wouldn't treat them with courtesy. His mood at the moment was not too good, so if someone provoked him, he wouldn't mind using them to vent his frustrations. "Brat, I heard you've been asking about the whereabouts of an old guy and a little girl, right?" The middle-aged man leaned over and asked Yang Kai bluntly. "You've met them?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed. "Does that old man have a lewd look in his eyes and the little girl wearing a veil?" The man asked. "That's them." Yang Kai was overjoyed and suddenly felt that the group in front of him became somewhat adorable. "Then we have met them." The big man nodded lightly. "Why are you looking for them? What is your relationship with them?" "You don't need to know that." Yang Kai shook his head. "As long as you can provide me with any clues about them, I can offer you appropriate compensation. You're gonna pay us?" The big man suddenly grinned wryly. "What kind of compensation are you offering?" "Crystal stones, pills, as long as your information is useful, I can give you anything you want." Hearing this, the big man couldn't help revealing a look of surprise. From Yang Kai's age and the way he dressed, he really didn't expect this youth to have anything of significant worth. "Seems you're quite sensible, kid." The big man nodded slightly. "But although we've seen that old man and young lady you spoke of, we don't have any specific information about their current whereabouts." "Then don't waste my time." Yang Kai's mood suddenly sank and his expression became cold. The big man laughed at this and continued. "Although we don't know much about them, that doesn't mean others don't. If you're interested, why not take a little trip with us?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed and also wore a grin. "Good. Lead me to this person who knows about them." The big man nodded in agreement, turning around and walking off. Yang Kai hurried to keep up while the other who had accompanied the big man followed behind, silently sealing off Yang Kai's path of retreat. This group of people didn't have any good intentions, of this Yang Kai was naturally aware, but it was also likely they had some information regarding Meng Wuya and Xianxia. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to describe them so accurately. What exactly did old man Meng do to them? Why did this group of people seem to have a deep grudge with him? Despite knowing he was walking into a disadvantageous situation, Yang Kai boldly followed as he had confidence in his skills. Not showing the slightest hint of anxiety, he simply followed along while secretly observing his surroundings. He had been active in Blue Water City for an entire month now and naturally knew there were no Saint Realm masters here, so he had nothing to fear. After following the big man for some time, Yang Kai suddenly found himself in front of a large manor. Upon entering the manor, the big man led Yang Kai to a grand courtyard and eventually came to a tranquil garden. In the garden, there was a young man with a sullen look sitting upon a chair. Kneeling in front of the youth were two scantily clad women who were snuggling up next to him. These two women were not very strong, probably only true element cultivators, but at the moment, their two snow-white necks actually had collars around them. The collars were attached to some kind of rope that was being grasped by the youth. One of the women's bottoms curled upwards as if defying gravity and was half squatting on the ground in a seductive pose, as if she was acting like a puppy, wagging her tail and begging towards the seated young man. As for the other woman, her head was actually buried in the youth's lap, her head moving back and forth rhythmically. Each time she did, a faint slurping noise could be heard. These two women wore extremely thin dressings that did nothing to conceal their tall peaks upon their chests and the soft grasslands between their thighs. When they arrived there, the big man and his group of followers couldn't help breathing a little heavier, licking their lips as obscene light flashed across their eyes. As for the young man sitting in the chair, his expression was one of absent-minded indulgence. Yang Kai's face immediately went black. He had long heard of that some young masters from wealthy families had unusual fetishes and would do all kinds of extreme and distasteful acts. But upon seeing an example of this debauchery for the first time, it was still somewhat off-putting. Young master, I've brought the person you were seeking. The big man observed for a while before seemingly realizing his gaffe and quickly reporting. The young man sitting in the chair seemed to have not heard and simply continued reveling in his activities. Suddenly, the young man's face changed and became enraged, reaching out and grabbing the hair of the woman whose head was buried in his crotch, lifting her up and slapping her face several times. "Damn slut! How many times have I told you not to use your teeth?" These slaps were extremely heavy and the woman's cheeks instantly swelled up, but she did not dare to complain, hastily kowtowing at the youth's feet, her body shivering in fear. Seeing all this, Yang Kai's eyes gradually narrowed and his aura became somewhat dangerous. The young man lazily reorganized his clothes before finally turning a cold look to Yang Kai and asking in an arrogant voice, "Are you the one looking for that old guy and little girl?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Do you have clues about their whereabouts?" "No. I'm also looking for them." Yang grinned menacingly. "If you have any information about them, can you tell me? Are you also looking for them?" Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. "What are you looking for them for? I should be the one asking you that." The face of the youth suddenly became hazy and unpleasant. "But since you've asked, I might as well tell you." As he spoke, the youth's expression became uglier and uglier, his hand gripping the arm of his chair so tightly it cracked as his true chi surged up. "I'm looking for them, because I want them to die. The reason this young master has fallen into such a state is all because of that old bastard. Brat, tell me right now, what is your relationship with them? You better think clearly before you answer though. If you are their friend or relative, I'll let you taste the worst torture this world has to offer until the day you die." "That old guy actually attacked you?" Yang Kai heard this and was stunned. What kind of identity did Meng Wuya possess? If there wasn't an extremely compelling reason, it was impossible for him to use a heavy hand on a junior. The only explanation was that this young man had done something to enrage Meng Wuya. Yang Kai immediately thought of Xianxia. Treasurer Meng regarded his little senior sister as a treasure. If this young man had any ideas about little senior sister, that might be enough to set Meng Wuya off. Also, from what Yang Kai had seen of this young man, how he indulged in females, he had an idea of what had happened. Although his little senior sister never revealed her face, anyone who laid eyes upon her could tell she was an astonishing beauty, one that with an especially innocent and cute temperament, causing anyone to unconsciously be attracted to her. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression also became unpleasant. My Chung family treated that old bastard like an honored guest, yet he actually dared to harm our young master. The big man who led Yang Kai came, explained, "Brat, what is your relationship with that old man? If you dare to lie, I, your grandpa, will teach you a harsh lesson. Why would he act against your family's young master? Can you explain this to me?" Yang Kai glanced over at him, his eyes flickering a dangerous light. The big man, as if unaware of Yang Kai's murderous stare, openly replied, "My family's young master favored that girl and put some medicine in her food." "Put medicine in her food?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "I can see your young master doing something like that." Xianxia possessed the sacred spirit medicine body. Trying to use drugs on her was the very definition of foolish. Although he was clear that his little senior sister was never in any real danger and was perfectly safe and sound, anger still burned in Yang Kai's heart. "That old guy beating you was too merciful. If it was me, I wouldn't have done just that." Yang Kai snickered. "Little brat, what do you say?" The big man's expression became cold as he angrily roared. The young man looked at Yang Kai with great interest and asked, "If it was you, what would you have done?" "Kill." When everyone heard Yang Kai say this, all of them laughed and spat out words of ridicule. "Boy, you're certainly crazy enough. In my Chung family's house, actually daring to say something so bold. I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word dead. In this blue water city, my Chung family is..." The big man began ranting off arrogantly, but before he could finish, his words came to an abrupt end. A faint bloody smell filled the air and the eyes of the big man bulged as his face was dyed red. At that moment, he could feel all the meridians and veins in his body constantly expanding, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress this trend. "Honk!" Flesh and blood suddenly spattered all over the garden. No one knew what had happened, only that the big man who once stood next to them had exploded, bones and all, leaving behind only a pool of blood where a man once existed. Those who were standing close to him were covered in fresh meat. Being thrust into this hellish scene, everyone was stunned, standing there stupidly, unable to even react. The young man sitting in the chair was even more stunned, incapable of comprehending what had just happened. I'll ask you once. Do you know where the old guy and little girl went? Anyone who tells me, I can leave with a whole corpse. Xianxia swept his eyes around, his gaze filled with an intense chill. Kill him. The young man's face drained of all color, finally coming to his senses upon hearing Xianxia's words and quickly ordering his underlings to attack. The remaining henchmen also woke up from their dazed state and began moving. A burst of wind and thunder forces welled up, and although Xianxia stood perfectly still, a wave of this force burst forth from his body. Though Xianxia did not summon his wind and thunder wings, the concentrated wind and thunder pulse he released transformed the garden into a land of death. All the Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators caught in this miniature hurricane didn't even have a chance to resist before they were cut into countless pieces, their deaths extremely miserable. The young man sitting in the chair was dumbstruck. Never had he imagined he had actually provoked such a god of disaster. Because he heard Xianxia was very young, he had simply sent some of his underlings to bring him back. But now it was apparent this youth possessed strength far beyond what one his age should have. A transcendent? Impossible! The youth's eyes nearly popped out of their socket, his expression filled with terror. Being able to kill so many Immortal Ascension cultivators without even moving, only a transcendent realm master would be capable of such a feat. But could there really be such a young transcendent in this world? Seeing the incomparably cold expression on Xianxia's face as he stepped towards him, the young man cried out in panic, "Don't come over! I don't know where those two went. Don't come over! Then you can die," Xianxia said indifferently. After confirming that this young man was not lying, he struck out with his fist and smashed the latter's head. Inside the once tranquil garden, the smell of blood filled the air, and only an indifferent Xianxia remained standing. This incident couldn't even be called a battle. The other party daring to provoke him was simply them seeking their own deaths. The two scantily clad women were uninjured, but they seemed to have been overwhelmed by the whole situation, both of them staring at Xianxia absent-mindedly, their tender bodies trembling lightly, not daring to move. When Xianxia's eyes landed on them, his gaze softened slightly. He had no intention of finding trouble with these two. All of a sudden, though, Xianxia's eyes became sharp again as he turned to stare in a certain direction. From the direction he was staring, a pair of fierce auras rose, and it was clear that a master was approaching. This Chung family was a local overlord in Blue Water City, so it was only natural they had transcendent realm masters keeping watch. Feeling the true chi fluctuations indicative of battle in the garden, this master immediately came over to investigate. Even before these masters had arrived, one of their voices had already called out, "Who dares act dissolute in my Chung family?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows and stood still, quietly waiting, not making any attempt to escape. The ones who were approaching were only first-order transcendents, the same as Xianxia, so although there were two of them, Xianxia was not afraid. No one in the same realm could defeat him, of this he was completely confident. A moment later, from the left and right, two old men arrived, one of them wearing beige-colored robes, the other wearing light blue clothes. After seeing the horrible scene in the garden, both of these old men couldn't help feeling stunned. On the other hand, Xianxia's brow furrowed because upon seeing these two old men, he noticed they were both half-crippled. Both of them were missing one arm and one leg. In place of their limbs was some kind of artifacts that, although appearing lifelike, were still obviously made of some kind of metal. "Boy, were you the one who killed these people?" The old man in the beige-colored robes loudly questioned. Xianxia nodded lightly, not denying the charge. "Why did you kill my Chung family's people? What injustice or enmity do you have with my Chung family?" The old man angrily screaming blue shirts. "We have neither enmity nor injustice between us. Then why have you wantonly murdered our people?" Since when was my Chung family so easily bullied? As they spoke, the two old men's true chi condensed, apparently preparing to exact revenge for their fallen clansmen. Yang Kai's calm demeanor made them realize he had some skill, but when they tried to probe him with their divine senses, it only felt as though they were trying to explore a dark, bottomless pit. Unable to determine anything about this strange youth inevitably caused these two old men some unease, both of them wondering just where this inscrutable junior had come from. If you don't give us a proper confession for this, my Chung family will use all its might to eliminate you. The old man in beige robes gritted his teeth and declared. Eliminate me? Yang Kai sneered in a low tone. Good. I'll just ask my questions after I beat the two of you. The young man Yang Kai had just killed didn't know where Meng Wuya and Xianxia went. But that didn't mean these two old men didn't. As he spoke, Yang Kai sent out a burst of burning hot spiritual energy, instantly condensing it into an invisible ray of heat and shooting it towards the two old men. The age of the other party was not small, and the length of time they had spent cultivating was not short, so obviously their knowledge sees defense was not fragile, and they possessed soul-type artifacts for defense. But the two old men's soul-type artifacts only flashed brilliantly for an instant before shattering, and they were struck with a scaling hot aura, both of their expression immediately filling with panic. Having received the guidance of Old Man Li, Yang Kai now had a certain understanding of how to use his conflagrated knowledge sea. His conflagrated knowledge sea was not only useful for alchemy, but also for fighting. This was Yang Kai's first true battle after breaking through to the transcendent realm, and his opponents were actually two veteran cultivators in the same realm. Naturally, he wanted to use them to test his current strength. As such, Yang Kai did not hold back at all. What he didn't expect, though, was that these two old men's knowledge sea's defenses would be torn through so easily. If they weren't wearing good soul-type defensive artifacts as well, this one strike from Yang Kai could have incinerated their souls. Also realizing this, the two old men's foreheads immediately leaked cold sweat, and they frantically raised their defenses. Yang Kai retracted his conflagrated divine sense attack while simultaneously darting forward like lightning, arriving in front of the two old men in the blink of any eye. With two palm strikes, the two old men's defenses crumbled like paper and were both sent flying, the two of them coughing up blood unceasingly. Smashing into the ground, the two old men had yet to climb up when Yang Kai's figure appeared right before their eyes. Like a towering mountain they were unable to surmount, blocking out the sun's rays and causing their eyes to grow dim. We can't resist him. The two old men both instinctually thought this but were unable to accept it. Yang Kai was also somewhat dissatisfied, thinking that trying to compare against others in the same realm was something of a mistake. As a dangerous aura enveloped the two old men, they did not dare to move recklessly, only able to lie on the ground, a chill creeping into their hearts, as if they had been tossed into a deep abyss from which there was no return. Who the hell are you? The old man in the beige robes still tried to keep up appearances, enduring the fear in his heart as he tried to probe Yang Kai's origins. Yang Kai shook his head. Who I am? You don't need to know. I ask you something, you answer. If I am satisfied, I can let you go. If I am not, heh. By this time tomorrow your Chung family will no longer exist. The ruthless words of this youth deeply impacted the two old men, both of them immediately nodding in agreement. From the strength Yang Kai displayed when dealing with them, the two old men were convinced the former had the ability to carry out this threat. 2 years ago, did your Chung family receive an old man and a veiled young woman? Yang Kai stared directly into their eyes and asked. As soon as the statement came out, the two old men's faces suddenly went white, seemingly recalling something truly terrifying. Their eyes filled with fear and panic. The old man in beige robes called out, It turns out you're with them. Little brother, our Chung family was indeed in the wrong that time, and we paid a heavy price for it. Even the two of us were punished severely. 2 years later, is there still a need to act ruthlessly? The blue-clothes man also quickly nodded. Our Chung family has learned its lesson. Should we not consider this matter finished? Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as Any noticed that these two old men were seemingly misunderstanding his intentions. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Yang Kai asked, Were your hands and legs taken off by that old man? Both of them nodded with strained expressions upon their faces, obviously unwilling to recall what had happened 2 years ago. Yang Kai grinned slightly, his dissatisfaction with Treasurer Meng swiftly diminishing. With Meng Wuya's personality, someone daring to drug Xianxia really wouldn't just result in breaking the legs of a young man. It seemed the two transcendents of the Cheng family were also punished by him. The old man in beige quickly followed up. That senior seemed to have some friendship with one my Cheng family's ancestors. So when he came to this blue water city, he entered the Cheng family for a few days and was received as an honored guest. My Cheng family treated him with courtesy, but we never thought, my Cheng family's disobedient young master had ideas about that senior's disciple and actually dared to slip drugs in her food. When that senior discovered this, he immediately flew into a rage. At that time, if not for one of Water Spirit Temple's elders coming forward to soothe his anger, I'm afraid my Cheng family would have been wiped out. Even so, we paid a heavy price. In the end, out of respect for his friendship with our Cheng family's ancestor, that senior showed mercy and spared our lives. Water Spirit Temple? Yang Kai eyes lit up. Did you say Water Spirit Temple? Yes. The old man in the beige robes was somewhat confused, not understanding why Yang Kai suddenly looked a little excited. Did that old man and veiled woman go to Water Spirit Temple? Yang Kai asked eagerly. Most likely. That elder from Water Spirit Temple seemed to have come to Blue Water City specifically for them. On top of that, this city is under Water Spirit Temple's jurisdiction. My Cheng family is also one of the forces attached to Water Spirit Temple. Yang Kai held his chin and sunk into contemplation for a moment, his expression changing back and forth, frightening the two old men somewhat. After a long silence, Yang Kai suddenly laughed. So that's it. At that moment, he suddenly became cheerful. This was really a case of finding a carriage while lost on a mountain road, experiencing joy after disappointment. Little brother, you? The old man in the beige robes trembled and hesitantly spoke, fearing that Yang Kai would destroy the Cheng family after becoming angered. This matter has nothing to do with you anymore. Since that old guy didn't destroy you, it means his relationship with your ancestor was not shallow. So I won't overstep my bounds, but I've already killed so many of your henchmen and even your young master. What do you have to say about this? That disobedient waste. His death isn't worth pitying. The old man in beige coldly snorted. If it wasn't for him, how could the two of us have been reduced to this state? As he spoke, his expression twisted noticeably. Apparently he was still quite angry about this even though 2 years had passed. Good. Yang Kai nodded lightly, restraining his impulse to cut weeds and pull out roots here, faintly asking, which direction is Water Spirit Temple? That way. Across the sea there is a set of islands that serve as the foundation of Water Spirit Temple. The old man in beige quickly pointed Yang Kai in the right direction. Before the old man finished speaking, Yang Kai had already taken off and disappeared from sight. After waiting for a long silence, confirming that Yang Kai had really left, the two old men breathed a sigh of relief, the two of them sluggishly getting up, the color of their faces alternating between red and blue. Losing to a little brat who still reeked of his mother's milk, they had really lost face. Fortunately, no one was around to see this embarrassing display or they really might have to silence some witnesses. Such misfortune. Leaving Blue Water City, Yang Kai rushed forward, not caring about his true qi consumption in the slightest. Water Spirit Temple was Shui Ling's sect. Since crossing the abandoned earth and entering the Void Corridor together with Shui Ling, arriving in Tongxian realm, it had been almost 3 years. Before they separated at Bold Independent City, Shui Ling had also invited him to join Water Spirit Temple, but Yang Kai had refused. If he had not rejected her offer at the time, perhaps he would have already been reunited with Meng Wuya and Xianxia. Thinking so, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit of regret. Yang Kai was sure that Meng Wuya and Xianxia went to Water Spirit Temple to find Shui Ling, and perhaps Treasurer Meng had left a message for Shui Ling to convey to himself. After all, back in the central capital, Meng Wuya knew about Shui Ling's origins, so it wouldn't have been odd for him to guess Yang Kai might come here. But after not being able to find any trace of the latter, he could go to Water Spirit Temple. This was all just Yang Kai's speculations, but it was probably close to the truth. The words of the two Cheng family old men also reinforced Yang Kai's hypothesis. An elder from Water Spirit Temple coming to Blue Water City to greet Meng Wuya meant the latter had gone to Water Spirit Temple and met with Xue Ling. After meeting with Xue Ling, Meng Wuya would know for certain that Yang Kai had arrived in Tongxian realm. Burning with impatience, Yang Kai shot across the sea like a bolt of lightning, all but cutting the water apart as he flew forward. After a day and night of flight, Yang Kai spotted some traces of islands in the distance. These islands were scattered about randomly, like chess pieces on a board. Some of these islands were large while some were small, ranging from only a dozen kilometers to several hundred or even thousands of kilometers in radius. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he recognized this island chain as Water Spirit Temple's territory. On the sea near the islands, a number of large and small vessels were sailing back and forth, transporting various materials and people for the Water Spirit Temple. The scene was grand and magnificent, highlighting the extraordinariness of Water Spirit Temple. Dark Clouds Island was one of the islands under the direct jurisdiction of Water Spirit Temple. For some unknown reason, the sky over this particular island was always filled with clouds. On Dark Clouds Island, 8 out of every 10 days it would be drizzling, while the other 2 it would be pouring. Hipu was only an immortal Ascension cultivator, but he had good interpersonal skills, so although he couldn't become a high-ranking member of Water Spirit Temple, he had managed to acquire a steward's position. Nowadays, he managed the various business affairs of Dark Clouds Island. Today as well, the weather was bad, the rain never ceasing. Hipu silently cursed the heavens while directing his fellow brothers to unload the goods from several recently arrived ships. These materials were to be sent to Water Spirit Island to be used by the sect's elite disciple for cultivation and daily life. While no one was paying attention, Hipu quietly took 2 crystal stones from one of the crates and stuffed them into his pocket before pretended nothing had happened and continuing to order the others about. Steward he. Hipu turned around quickly after being called out to, finding one of his juniors named Cuttlefish waving towards him. "What is it?" Hipu asked in a disgruntled tone. At that moment he was feeling slightly guilty, so when Cuttlefish called out to him he nearly panicked. Water Spirit Temple had strict rules. Even if he was the steward of Dark Clouds Island, if he was found to be embezzling resources, a light punishment would be expulsion from the sect while a heavy one would be breaking his 4 limbs. "Steward there's a suspicious black spot over there. It looks like someone is flying over." Cuttlefish wasn't his real name, but due to his fish-shaped face, someone had given him this nickname and now everyone called him that. However, the one in question didn't mind, and after so many years, most of his fellow brother and sister disciples couldn't remember his real name. Someone flying over? Hipu narrowed his already small eyes and stared in the direction Cuttlefish was pointing. A moment later, wearing a mocking grin. "What an idiot! Doesn't he know about the mysterious power surrounding Dark Clouds Island? Well, whatever. Just let him taste a little bit of the heaven's wrath." "But what if he dies?" Cuttlefish asked, slightly worried. "If he dies, he died. Why should I care?" Hipu coldly snorted. "Flying over like that while not even knowing about our Dark Clouds Island's natural barrier. Obviously he's not an acquaintance. Even if 1,000 such people died, it doesn't matter." Saying so, he turned his eyes up towards the sky and muttered, "This damn weather, it's really too depressing." After hearing what Hipu said, Cuttlefish felt it was reasonable. Now he was no longer worried about this newcomer, but instead was somewhat looking forward to his arrival, wanting to know how miserable the latter's death would be. As Yang Kai flew across the ocean, the first major island he came upon was Dark Clouds Island. Looking up and seeing the dense cloud formation above this place, he faintly felt something was unusual about them. But even after pausing and spending a moment to investigate, he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Shooting off again like a bolt of lightning, Yang Kai rapidly approached Dark Clouds Island. Ahead of Yang Kai there was a crowd of people that seemed to have noticed him. Many of these people were pointing at him and calling out to him from the shore, but because they were separated by too great a distance and the winds were whistling too loudly, Yang Kai wasn't able to hear what they were saying. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived above Dark Clouds Island. All the cultivators down below stared at him, a look of pity and sympathy flashing across their eyes. Seeing this, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Although he didn't know what was going on, he didn't notice any hostility from these people, so he didn't pay it too much mind. But just as he was about to descend, from above his head a crackling noise erupted. Immediately after, Yang Kai felt a blast of lightning crash down from the sky and land upon his head. The strength of this bolt of lightning was so intense that it almost caused Yang Kai to fall into the sea. His whole body stiffened and all his hair stood on end. But after a brief loss of control, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a pervasive sense of comfort. His wind and thunder wings seemed to have absorbed the majority of the lightning attribute chi and stored it in his right shoulder blade. The crowd down below all called out in alarm when the lightning bolt struck. But in the next moment, they abruptly stopped, all of them showing dumbfounded looks as they stared at Yang Kai in something of a daze. After being struck by a bolt of lightning as an adult male's arm, aside from his hair standing on end, this little brat was completely unscathed. This development was somewhat beyond their ability to understand. The defining feature of Dark Cloud's island was not only its overcast skies, but also the incredible amount of lightning attribute energy that lingered high up in the atmosphere. Normally, the dark clouds would not release this lightning attribute energy. Only when some unfortunately living creature strayed too close would they be struck by lightning. As such, Dark Cloud's island was not just a territory marker on the farthest outskirts of Water Spirit Temple, or a place for trade with the outside world, but also a natural defense barrier. If a person who was not aware of this flew over, they would end up suffering a baptism of lightning. This kind of heavenly wrath was something that even the elders of Water Spirit Temple weren't capable of withstanding. Every 6 months, the elders of Water Spirit Temple would use some special methods to release the lightning chi that accumulated in the clouds to prevent a situation where too much accumulate and suddenly discharged, destroying Dark Cloud's island. Hipu recalled that the last time the elders drained this lightning chi was a few months ago. After such a long period, the lightning attribute energy accumulated within the clouds should have reached a level that would force transcendence to yield and withdraw. So why was this little brat able to all but ignore it? As the crowd watched absent-mindedly, bolts of lightning continued to fall from the dark clouds in rapid succession like snakes striking from their burrows, all of them, without exception, striking Yang Kai. The burst of crackling noise resounded continuously, and the light given off was so bright that the onlookers soon had to shield their eyes. Hipu squinted and circulate his true chi, attempting to continuing watching, but he was unable to see anything in the end. This scene lasted for some time before the lightning chi in the dark clouds became somewhat sparse and the intensity of the light finally decreased enough that everyone could open their eyes again and scan the skies. Screams rang out soon after as the crowd soon found that the youth who had rashly flown into Dark Cloud's island's airspace was still floating up in the sky. On top of that, not only was he uninjured, his face had a happy smile upon it. Steward, was that kid's brain fried by the lightning? Cuttlefish came over and whispered. Hipu was also dumbstruck, unable to determine what to make of this situation. If this young man wasn't struck stupid, the only explanation was he possessed enough strength to ignore this degree of lightning. However, how could that be possible? The sex elders had said that even a third-order transcendent wouldn't be able to escape unscathed from such heavenly wrath. This little brat looked to only be 23 or 4 years old. Was he really that powerful? As the crowd down below was lost in such thoughts, the young man up in the sky shook his head, revealing a look of disappointment for a moment before hurriedly putting his clothes in order and flying down to Dark Cloud's island. Noticing this, everyone on the shore became alert and secretly began circulating their true chi. Aware of their vigilance, Yang Kai made a silly grin, wearing a look of someone harmless to humans and animals alike, and slowly landed on the island. "Who are you?" Hipu asked in a cold voice, sizing up Yang Kai, quickly discovering that he had really never seen him before. Anyone who entered Water Spirit Temple's territory from the mainland would first have to pass through Dark Cloud's island. If this youth was really an acquaintance, given his freakish performance just now, Hipu should have had some impression of him. "Pardon me, is this Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai did not answer the question directly, instead, asking this question while sweeping his eyes across the crowd, relaxing when he noticed that there was no transcendent realm masters on the island. Most of those present were just immortal Ascension boundary cultivators. Indeed, Hipu nodded. This water spirit temple's Dark Clouds Island. May I ask who your excellency is? Why have you come to my water spirit temple? Yang Kai's outrageous performance just now made Hipu feel that this young man was not someone he should provoke, so he did not dare act too overbearing. However, as the island's steward, he still had to learn the identity and purpose of the other party. Don't misunderstand. I have no malicious intentions here. Yang Kai smiled. I'm just here to find someone. Find someone? Hipu's brow wrinkled slightly. Who are you looking for? A girl named Shui Ling. If I remember correctly, she should be the daughter of your water spirit temple's sect master. Looking for Shui. Looking for the little princess. Hipu's eyes widened, a weird expression suddenly appearing on his face as he let out a chuckle. Everyone else also gave Yang Kai wry looks when they heard this. Right. I'm looking for your little princess. Yang Kai nodded. If it is convenient, can you tell me where she is? It would be best if you could take me to see her. Kid. Hipu smiled and said in a light tone. Although I don't know which force you come from, considering you have some skill, I won't embarrass you, but you'd still best turn back. The little princess is not someone the likes of you can get close to. Saying so, Hipu waved his hand as if to shoo Yang Kai away. Seeing everyone's attitude, Yang Kai frowned and said, Are you misunderstanding something? Thinking Yang Kai was acting reluctant, Hipu just grinned, spat, and continued. Misunderstanding? Are you trying to say you're not here to try to court our sex little princess? I don't have time to waste with you then. My sex little princess is a rare beauty, so you young people seeking after her is quite normal. Even my fellow brothers and I have had such fantasies once or twice. Letting out a sigh, Hipu wore a distant look and said, But although I understand and even somewhat sympathize with you, I can't bend the rules if you don't leave. Don't blame us for being polite to you. Yang Kai couldn't help himself from laughing despite trying his best not to. This group of people had really misunderstood him. Although Shui Ling was truly quite pretty, like a playful spirit, Yang Kai had never had any impure intentions towards her. Back in the central capital, the two of them had started off as enemies but gradually become friends. Because of that friendship, when Yang Kai decided to travel to Tongshan realm, he had brought her along with him, sublimating their relationship quite a bit. From beginning to end though, Yang Kai had never had any feelings of love towards Shui Ling, only friendship. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai took something out from his black book space and handed it over. Take a look at this. Hipu glanced over at him suspiciously before accepting the object. After carefully examining it for a while, he suddenly called out in surprise. Little princess's token? Where did you get this? Huh? Naturally, your little princess gave it to me. Yang Kai replied somewhat dumbfounded. Gave it to you? Hipu's eyes bulged, slapping his forehead a moment later, seemingly remembering something. Right? You must be the person the little princess spoke of. Oh, please pardon my rudeness from before, brother. If brother had taken out this token from the start, I wouldn't have made things so difficult for you. It's fine. Yang Kai shook his head and curiously asked, What did your family's little princess tell you? 3 years ago, when the little princess returned, she made a point of telling me that if a young master holding her token appeared here one day, be sure to treat him courteously. It had been 3 years since Yang Kai parted ways with Shui Ling in bold Independent City. After learning that Yang Kai was young lord who the little princess had once spoken about, Hipu quickly dispensed with his previous careless attitude and immediately became enthusiastic and respectful. Hipu was a smooth talker and spared no expense in praising Yang Kai as a talented, handsome young man with extraordinary strength. After no longer being able to stand Hipu's prattling, Yang Kai interrupted and asked, I want to meet with your sex little princess. Can you take me to see her now? Hipu suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Under normal circumstances, with the prior urging of the little princess and given the fact that brother has this token, this Hipu would have taken you to meet her right away. But little princess apparently isn't on her private island right now. Would brother be willing to let me send some people to inquire about little princess' current location before I lead you to see her? Of course. Yang Kai nodded. In any case, he had found Water Spirit Temple already. So long as he could meet with Shui Ling now, he could obtain news about Meng Wuya, Su Yan, and Old Demon. Since it was just a matter of time now, Yang Kai could not do anything but wait. Then I'll have to trouble you with this. It's no trouble at all. Brother should have a seat for now. I'll be right back. Hipu said hurriedly before stepping away and ordering someone to bring some refreshments and courteously entertain Yang Kai before bringing a group of people and hastily departing from Dark Clouds Island. Dark Clouds Island was the natural barrier at the outskirts of Water Spirit Temple, a place where many goods and people flowed through, so it was quite lively. Yang Kai waited for half a day before Hipu returned, a big smile upon his face as he laughed and said, "Brother, fortunately I did not fail my task. When I found and reported to her about brother's arrival, little princess seemed quite anxious to see you as well and urged me to bring you to her right away. Are you prepared to leave now?" Yang Kai stood up and walked off with Hipu. Usually, those who arrived or departed Water Spirit Temple via Dark Clouds Island had to take a boat, because once they left the ground and tried to fly, the lightning attribute chi gathered in the clouds above the island would fall on them. But earlier today, all of this lightning chi had been absorbed by Yang Kai, so Hipu boldly and confidently led Yang Kai through the skies. On the road, Hipu introduced Water Spirit Temple's various features to Yang Kai. In a several thousand-kilometer radius, every island, large and small, all belonged to Water Spirit Temple. Many of these islands had rich world energy and abundant spirit grasses and herbs, making them excellent environments for cultivation in. Because there were so many islands spread out over such a large area, it was often quite troublesome to find a single individual. As the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, it was natural for Shui Ling to have her own island. Her private residence was also one of the best in all of Water Spirit Temple, but today she was not on her own island but instead in a place called Cloud Wind Island. The foundation of Water Spirit Temple was set on the sea, away from the mundane turmoil and the hustle and bustle of the mainland. This environment was pristine and filled with natural beauty, but there was one aspect that was a constant thorn in the side of Water Spirit Temple's members. That was the sea beasts that would, from time to time, invade and rampage across the islands. The monster beasts of the sea were very different from the monster beasts on land. Aquatic monster beasts were generally large in size and proficient in the water attribute chi manipulation, making them quite troublesome to deal with. If it was just some weaker aquatic monster beasts causing trouble, the problem wasn't difficult to solve, but when a powerful monster beast surfaced, even the elite cultivators of Water Spirit Temple would have to expend a lot of effort to repel or kill it. At this moment, on Cloud Wind Island, Shui Ling was commanding a group of cultivators to fight off a sea beast the size of several houses. The reefs around Cloud Wind Island had been smashed to pieces and great waves surged back and forth. The scene was extremely dangerous. This aquatic monster beast had 8 long tentacles and was surprisingly nimble for its size. From its great mouth, it was constantly spitting out water arrows, each of which contained significant power. Although there were a large number of masters under Shui Ling's command, this sea beast's vitality was extremely strong, and it could not be defeated in a single blow, so it was impossible to drive it away in short order. When she received Hipu's report a moment ago, Shui Ling could hardly believe her ears, and her thoughts immediately became somewhat chaotic, impeding the smoothness with which she issued her commands. This caused her scattered subordinates to fall into a dangerous state, some of them nearly losing their lives as a result. "Lu Zhua, you take command." Shui Ling's heart was in a mess. How could she possibly calmly direct this monster beast subjugation? Her beautiful eyes filled with a look of pleasant surprise and anticipation. Although she remained in place, she all but stood on her tiptoes as she scanned the distant skies, seemingly searching for someone. The cultivator named Luge was heard Shui Ling's order and quickly nodded, swiftly assuming command and re-establishing order amongst the faltering troop, quickly calming the chaotic battlefield. Quietly glancing over, Luzhua found that his little princess mood seemed to be fluctuating quite a bit and appeared quite happy, prompting him to ask, "Young lady, what kind of person is the one Hipu just mentioned? Why does young lady seem so concerned with him?" "He's a friend." In Shui Ling's mind, Yang Kai's appearance surfaced, but upon remembering all the rude behavior he had shown her back in the central capital, She couldn't help grinding her teeth and spitting. A very hateful friend. Wuxia was stunned. If he was a friend, why was he also hateful? Shaking his head, he wasn't able to understand what the little princess was thinking. However, as the little princess retainer, he knew it wasn't his place to pry into her private affairs, so he simply let the matter drop. In truth, he was somewhat curious about this person. He had been serving the little princess for a few years now, but had never seen her show such a wide range of expressions before. About half an hour later, 2 small black spots appeared on the horizon. Noticing this, Shui Ling trembled slightly and quickly looked over only to see He Pu leading someone towards her direction. As the distance shrank, Shui Ling finally saw the person's appearance. Her heart clenching up, Shui Ling's clear eyes quickly became somewhat watery. His appearance hadn't changed much since a few years ago, only seeming a bit more robust and mature. Still up in the air, Xianxia spotted Shui Ling and suddenly increased his speed, leaving He Pu behind and in the blink of an eye arriving in front of Shui Ling. Beautiful woman, it's been some time since we last met. Xianxia gave a snarky greeting with a friendly smile upon his face. Shui Ling could be considered as one of his few friends. You bastard! Shui Ling ground her teeth as she stared at Xianxia menacingly, rushing over in the next instant and punching and kicking him. Wuxia, who was still commanding the beast's subjugation, and He Pu, who had just caught up, were both stunned by this scene. How could they not be stunned seeing their aloof little princess openly flirt with a young man? What? Xianxia did not evade, letting her get in a few good hits before asking in confusion. Didn't you die? How are you still alive? Who said I died? Xianxia asked back angrily. That beauty from Bold Independent Union told me, Shui Ling said in a huff. Last time, when I went to Bold Independent Union to find her, she told me you had been abducted. Since then there had been no news from you, so she said you were probably dead. With so many others around, Shui Ling didn't openly say anything about the coffin-carrying man, obviously afraid of causing Xianxia trouble. Oh, that did happen. Xianxia nodded, not making any attempt to deny it. How did you escape? Shui Ling was shocked. My luck was good, he just let me go. Xianxia replied thoughtlessly. Ha! Good people really don't live long while scourges lasts 1,000 years. Shui Ling sighed forlornly. When that beauty told me about you, she was crying almost inconsolably. Did something happen between the two of you? Or else, why would she be sad that you died? When I left, your relationship wasn't so good. Quickly tell me what all of that was about. Don't tell me, to her, you actually... Seeing Xianxia rise from the grave, Shui Ling was particularly happy, and without any pause began bombarding him with various questions. You little girl, why are you asking so many questions all of a sudden? Xianxia stared at her somewhat dumbfounded. Fair enough, I already know the answer anyways. Shui Ling spat disdainfully. You shameless bastard. Wherever you go you are surrounded by women. I really shouldn't have let her approach you back then. I really harmed her. It was an accident, just an accident, Xianxia said awkwardly. At that time, under the influence of the charm monster's spiritual energy toxin, he really had been helpless. Humph, who would believe you? Shui Ling snorted, suddenly wearing a solemn expression as she sincerely said, in any case, you being alive will definitely make many people happy. Are you also happy I'm alive? Xianxia asked, a sly look appearing on his face. I'm looking forward to you dying sooner. Shui Ling pouted, her face blushing slightly. Seeing this scene, He Pu and Wuxia only became more and more surprised. From this brief interaction, it was obvious to them that the relationship between their little princess and this young man was not shallow. What kind of origins did this youth have that caused their little princess to lose all trace of her usual etiquette? It was really mysterious. It's quite lively here. Xianxia glanced around, and this seaside region was occupied by a group of cultivators fighting against a giant monster beast. These cultivators weren't weak, with a transcendent master in command and the rest having at least reached the immortal ascension boundary. But the monster beast they were fighting seemed to be a 7th-order one and was perfectly suited to fighting in the water. Its 8 long tentacles possessing incredible strength and lethality, able to summon waves and split the seas. The group of cultivator had inflicted many large and small wounds on this aquatic monster beast, but they had been unable to kill it. Blue blood flowed from wounds that were opened on its skin, but after its flesh squirmed a bit, its injuries would be healed. Xianxia only observed for a moment before determining that this monster beast could not be killed by this group. Its vitality was simply too tenacious. This bastard seems to be eyeing the spirit grasses on Cloudwind Island and has already stolen quite a few, Shui Ling said in a somewhat annoyed tone as she glared angrily at the monster beast. Young lady, I'm afraid we'll need reinforcements if we want to drive it off. Lu Zhuo also saw that the situation was not good and quickly advised. Shui Ling nodded in agreement. Why don't you go up? Xianxia turned to look at Lu Zhuo blankly. This person was a first-order transcendent. If he joined the subjugation, their group should be able to kill this sea beast, but it seemed as though he had no intention of doing so and was only standing back and issuing commands. Lu Zhuo glanced over at Xianxia and coldly snorted. If I go up, who will protect the young lady's safety? Xianxia was stunned by this comment and no longer said anything. It seemed like Shui Ling had yet to break through to the transcendent realm and was still just a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. In other words, her cultivation was the same as when she had separated from Xianxia. After 3 years, she had still not broken through this barrier. It could be seen from this how difficult taking that single step was. Shui Ling had a distinguished status, so of course Lu Zhuo had concerns about her safety. Knowing this, Xianxia knew well enough not to argue any further. This was someone else's territory. If recklessly tried to push his opinion onto them, it would only stir up the other side's resentment. Shui Ling, on the other hand, though, just spit her tongue out towards Xianxia teasingly before turning to Lu Zhuo and saying, "Go join them. That's the fastest way to finish that guy off." But young lady? Lu Zhuo's brow wrinkled, obviously somewhat unwilling. His duty was to protect Shui Ling. Everything else came second. Since I've told you to go, just go. I still have some things to discuss with this bastard. Shui Ling glanced at him and casually said, "Rest assured, I'll remain back here. Also, with this bastard here, even if that monster beast rushes over, I'll still be perfectly safe, right?" Her last words were pointed towards Xianxia. In response, Xianxia just smiled and didn't answer. Although this 7th-order monster beast was enormous and possessed not weak strength, if Xianxia wanted to, he would surely be able to kill it. However, it would be a bit presumptuous for him to step forward here given that he was just a guest. He had no intention of drawing any unwanted resentment towards himself. "Go on. What are you still doing here?" Seeing Lu Zhuo was still not moving, Shui Ling couldn't help urging him once more. Lu Zhuo's expression became cold as he shot a glare towards Xianxia and muttered, "Little brat, you better look after the young lady carefully. Don't let her suffer any kind of mishap." "Don't worry," Xianxia shrugged. Seeing this, Lu Zhuo begrudgingly used his movement skill and shot towards the sea. With him joining in, the situation immediately improved. Now that there were 2 transcendents teaming up, supported by a group of immortal ascension boundary cultivators, the water spirit temple forces quickly gained the advantage and the sea beast was soon howling in pain as its 8 tentacles took significant damage. Xianxia stood and observed the battle for a moment. After determining that there was no problem over there, he smiled slightly and said, "That guy seems quite loyal to you." "He's my subordinate, of course he's loyal to me," Shui Ling said proudly. "You think this young lady is the same as she was back in the central capital? Let me warn you, if you dare to bully me now, I'll let them chop you up into bits." "When did I ever bully you?" Xianxia asked completely naturally. Shui Ling snorted meaningfully. "Whether you bullied me or not, you yourself are clear in your heart. After not seeing you for a few years, you seem to have grown quite a bit. What's your current cultivation?" Xianxia rubbed his nose and replied back vaguely, "Why do you want to know?" He didn't want to conceal something so simple from Shui Ling, but he was afraid if he said something it would depress her. When they had first met, Shui Ling was already a master at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, while Xianxia was still just a peak true element cultivator. But now, less than 5 years later, Xianxia's cultivation had completely surpassed Shui Ling's. The rate at which he progressed was really a bit too ridiculous. Even if Xianxia didn't say anything though, Shui Ling wasn't ignorant, smiling lightly as she said, From what I know of your cultivation speed, I have some idea about just how far you've advanced. That also goes to prove my assessment of you was correct. No matter where you go, you can always stir up great storms. It's really quite enviable. I'm different. Once I left Water Spirit Temple, I couldn't do anything. Silly girl. What do you want a high cultivation for anyways? Not telling. How about it, after seeing the foundations of my Water Spirit Temple, do you have any thoughts of joining? My offer still stands. If you join, I can provide you with the best cultivation environment. We have a lot of unoccupied islands. As long as you see one you like, I can give it to you as your private domain. 3 years ago, Shui Ling had tried to win over Yang Kai. And now that she had met him again, that idea resurfaced. This was because there had never been anyone Shui Ling had such high expectations for. Only Yang Kai could make her anticipate his future achievements so much. Although this person was somewhat hateful, his ability and aptitude were truly astonishing. Joining this place would be the same as ruining myself. Yang Kai smiled and rejected Shui Ling's kindness. The water attribute qi here is so rich. How am I supposed to cultivate? My Water Spirit Temple certainly has places appropriate for you to cultivate. There are several volcanic islands where the climate is burning hot all year round. Even then, I'll have to politely refuse. I have a place to stay already. Where? Shui Ling asked with great interest. What kind of place could you have taken a liking to? Yang Kai spoke briefly about what happened in Soaring Heaven sect. And after hearing that the ancestral founder who created High Heaven Pavilion was that sect's current sect master, Shui Ling immediately gave up any idea of recruiting Yang Kai again. High Heaven Pavilion was Yang Kai's home sect. Him choosing to settle in Soaring Heaven sect was reasonable. On top of that, Soaring Heaven sect was a great force in Tongxian realm. Even Shui Ling had occasionally heard about it. In the time it took them to finish their conversation, the nearby battle had come to an end. After Lu Zhu joined in, the aquatic monster beast was quickly defeated and escaped after suffering severe wounds. Although it was regrettable they failed to kill it, repelling it while not suffering any losses on their side was still something to celebrate. Shui Ling issued a few follow-up commands before leaving her subordinates to handle the cleanup and leading Yang Kai off. Among the thousands of islands under Water Spirit Temple's jurisdiction, Water Spirit Island was the largest and possessed an incredibly rich world energy aura. Shui Ling's name also came from this island. Usually, Shui Ling lived and cultivated on this island. Most of the island's inhabitants were disciples of the Water Spirit Temple along with those disciples' families. On this island, houses were arranged in a patchwork manner and the crowds would come and go as they pleased, making for a lively environment. Atop the highest point of the island, there was a row of palace-like buildings, one of which belonged to Shui Ling. As soon as Shui Ling led Yang Kai here, a beautiful young maidservant came out to greet them and immediately offered an assortment of delicious food and wine, crafted from the bounty of the sea, displaying the highest level of cordiality possible. However, because of all the things weighing on his heart, Yang Kai couldn't taste any of the food or drink. Seemingly aware of this, Shui Ling quickly dismissed her maids and said, I know what you are here for, and I can tell you right now that I really do have the information you're looking for. Yang Kai's breathing became a bit hurried as he stared at Shui Ling and said excitedly, Meng Wu, you really did leave a message with you. And 2 years ago, he suddenly came to the Water Spirit Temple along with your little senior sister who was proficient in alchemy. After leaving behind some words, he quickly left, hoping I would pass along his message to you. Originally, I went to Bold Independent Union to find you, but when I arrived there, I heard from Yun Xian that you had probably died. Shui Ling sighed faintly. Fortunately, you're alive and well. The heavens haven't abandoned you yet, it seems. What message did Treasurer Meng ask you to convey to me? Yang Kai asked eagerly. He said that old demon had separated from them, saying he was going to the demon land to develop a force in anticipation of his young master's arrival. Shui Ling grinned wryly. That old nut. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. Of course, old demon's ambition really might be possible. After all, he now possessed the body of a demon general. That alone was enough to warrant his confidence. At the very least, he shouldn't have any trouble mixing in with the demon race. What about Su Yan? Where is Su Yan? Shui Ling glanced over at him hesitantly before saying, I can't tell you where she is specifically, but I can tell you that she is all right. Senior Meng and your little senior sister seem to have something to do. So Senior Meng entrusted Su Yan to a sect one of his old friends resides in and let her temporarily cultivate there. The location of that sect is very suitable for Su Yan, so not only will she not encounter any danger, she will be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Then why can't you tell me where she is? Yang Kai was puzzled. Because if I told you, you'd immediately go seek her out. The force she is staying with doesn't allow any outsiders inside their territory. The people there are somewhat unreasonable, and the strength they possess is actually much greater than my water spirit temple. There are countless masters in that sect. Given your temperament, if you go there and they refuse to let you see Su Yan, once you make a mess of things, you'll probably be in danger. Seriously? I'm just going there to see my senior sister. Why would they make things difficult for me? I told you, those people are unreasonable, that's just how they think. It can't be judged by common sense. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, sinking into thought for a moment before muttering. Since Treasurer Meng entrusted Su Yan to that sect before he came to Water Spirit Temple and left this message with you, that force must be quite close to here. Su Yan's senior sister cultivates an ice heart secret art. The most suitable environment for her is one that is extremely cold. A sect based in an icy region near your Water Spirit Temple that is also stronger than your Water Spirit Temple. Stop. Shui Ling's called out helplessly. Yang Kai's words had all but inferred Su Yan's location, so she knew trying to hide it any further was useless. Glaring at him angrily, she snorted bitterly. You're too smart for your own good. Then tell me about it. I can't really think of a place that matches those conditions, so I have to find someone to ask about it anyways. Yang Kai grinned. He really wasn't too knowledgeable about this world's forces, or else he would have already known the answer to his inquiry. Ice sect, Shui Ling said reluctantly. Have you heard of it? Yang Kai shook his head. A few thousand kilometers west of my Water Spirit Temple, there is a glacial region. Ice sect is based in that frozen land. They live a mostly isolated life and rarely come into contact with outsiders, so they don't have any particularly close ties with the rest of the world. It's only because they are located relatively close to my Water Spirit Temple that we have some interactions. Occasionally, my Water Spirit Temple will do some business with them, but whenever we make an exchange, the men, women, and even children who we meet with are as cold as ice. Your Ice Fairy senior sister entering that place was really quite appropriate. Why would Treasurer Meng take senior sister to such a place? Yang Kai frowned. It seems that Senior Meng and the sect master of Ice Sect have some friendship, so he felt relieved in trusting Su Yan to her. After Shui Ling finished, she looked at Yang Kai solemnly and asked, Do you insist on going to Ice Sect? Yang Kai nodded. It had already been several years since he came to this world, and now that he finally had a definite piece of news about his senior sister, of course he had to check it out and see how Su Yan was doing. If Ice Sect really was suitable for her, letting her stay there to cultivate wouldn't be a bad idea. But if she wanted to leave with him, Yang Kai would bring her to Soaring Heaven Sect. Chu Ling Xiao was the ancestral founder of the High Heaven Pavilion. Naturally, that meant he was Su Yan's martial ancestor as well. When do you plan to leave? Now. Do you even know where to go? Shui Ling rolled her eyes at him. Wait a few more days. I'll find someone familiar with the route to guide you. You flying off on your own now will just be a waste of time. Good. Yang Kai nodded, not rejecting Shui Ling's kindness. Having someone lead him was naturally better than him wandering around by himself. Above the vast ocean, a massive iron boat sailed forward against the wind and waves, heading west at an extremely fast speed. The ship was filled with cultivation resources and was crewed by disciples of Water Spirit Temple. Yang Kai stood at the bow of the ship and stared west, his thoughts somewhat distracted. Since he had first become involved with Su Yan, they had never been separated for such a long time. The deep ache and longing for her he felt in his heart was like a fine wine. The longer it remained bottled up, the more potent it became. After roughly half a month's stay on Water Spirit Island, his opportunity finally came when this trade mission between Water Spirit Temple and Ice Sect came up, and Yang Kai didn't hesitate to seize it. Over the past half a month, Shui Ling had taken very good care of him and provided him with every kind of convenience he could want, making one more attempt to persuade Yang Kai to join the Water Spirit Temple. Unfortunately, Yang Kai ultimately refused. When he finally left, Shui Ling threw something of a fit and didn't even show up to say goodbye. Taking advantage of this downtime, with Shui Ling's help, Yang Kai also managed to acquire a number of the herbs he needed to refine the ancient demon clan's St. Pill. Although these herbs could not be found in Blue Water City, for a great force like Water Spirit Temple, they weren't too difficult to acquire. Although the speed of the great ship was nowhere near what Yang Kai was capable of, it was definitely not slow. Obviously, it had been specially built by skilled masters and even had some characteristics in common with high-grade artifacts. The several times it was attacked by monster beasts, it had easily shrugged them off. The ship also had several Transcendent Realm Masters aboard to prevent any accidents from happening. Hipu of Dark Clouds Island was here too and was actually the one responsible for this trade mission with Ice Sect. Ice Sect was very powerful and had many high-level masters, each and every one of them possessing a frigid demeanor. However, because of this, they were very honest and upfront when it came to transactions. Water Spirit Temple had been cooperating with them for more than a few years now, so there was a certain degree of trust built up between the two sects. When Water Spirit Temple delivered Ice Sect various cultivation resources and supplies, they would receive a large amount of ice attribute spirit grasses and herbs in return. Ice Sect was rich in ice attribute ores which were of great value to Water Spirit Temple. Young Master Yang, Hipu smiled as he appeared next to Yang Kai. After about half a month, we will arrive at the edge of a great glacier. From there, we have to disembark and fly the rest of the way. The people you're looking for live in the depths of that glacial world. What kind of sect is Ice Sect? Yang Kai turned around and asked. I don't know much about them actually. Hipu smiled awkwardly. You don't know much about them? Don't you trade with them quite often? We indeed have an established relationship, but I have never been to Ice Sect itself. Every time we trade, we do so on one of the outer glaciers quite some distance from Ice Sect's headquarters. Those Ice Sect people are really aloof and unreasonable though. Every time we meet they stare at us with disgruntled expressions, as if we owe them an incredible amount of money. On top of that, they're quite averse to outsiders. They consider Ice Sect to be a pure land and outsiders will only bring filth into their realm. If anyone dares to approach their territory, they will certainly not be polite. So, what you mean to say is, you don't actually know where Ice Sect is, do you? Yang Kai knit his brow. Hipu shook his head before coughing lightly. Young lady specifically instructed that if things did not go smoothly, young Master Yang should return to Water Spirit Island where the young lady will be waiting to receive you. Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling when he heard these words. That little girl still has ideas about me. Hipu's mouth twitched slightly. He had never heard anyone dare call the young lady little girl. The courage of this young Master Yang was simply too big. But what was even more astonishing was his relationship with the young lady was good enough that she didn't mind him speaking to her in such a manner. The wind outside is quite strong. Let's go inside. Hipu quickly adjusted his expression and said with a smile. My junior brothers have prepared some food and wine. I hope young Master Yang will accept this invitation. Good. Yang Kai nodded and walked into the cabin with Hipu. Although Hipu didn't know the details about Yang Kai and Shui Ling's relationship, he had a few guesses. At the very least, Shui Ling treated him differently than an ordinary guest, so naturally Hipu thought it was a good idea to make friends with him. Yang Kai also didn't have any kind of arrogance and soon mixed in the crew, laughing and drinking together with everyone harmoniously. The days passed by and the air obviously became colder. It seemed like as the great boat sailed forward, it was gradually approaching a world of ice and snow. The waves on the sea also became smaller and weaker than before, and around the ship, floating chunks of ice could be seen. As time passed, this change in situation became even more obvious. Yang Kai knew this meant he was getting closer and closer to the glacial world, and his heart filled with endless expectation and excitement. Half a month later, the great ship finally came to a stop as the sea in front of it was completely frozen over. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers fell from the sky, and from just a quick look, it was obvious the ice on the water's surface was several meters thick. The ship couldn't proceed any further. Hipu skillfully commanded the crew to pack the ship's supplies into a number of universe bags and prepare to land on the glaciers. After a short hustle and bustle, everything was prepared. Leaving a few people behind to look after the boat, the rest of the Water Spirit Temple team leapt off of the deck and, brazing the frigid wind and snow, continued heading west. The temperature here is extremely low. Even a cultivator like Hipu wore a lot of warm clothing. Xianxia was the only one still a casual shirt and pants. Not only did he not feel cold, he even seemed to be enjoying the weather. This caused Hipu and the others to stare in amazement, wondering just what kind cultivation Xianxia possessed that allowed him to treat this terrible environment as if it was nothing. As far as the eye could see, it was pure white, a frozen glacial world seemingly devoid of any impurities. The team from Water Spirit Temple flew forward for several days before the Transcendent leading them suddenly made a gesture to stop. The team all halted and stared towards their front. Amidst this snowy world, there seemed to be a few vague figures dressed in pure white robes. Against the glacial background, these people were nearly impossible to detect. Xianxia had discovered these people's auras some time ago, but had not said anything, choosing to sit back and observe first. After searching the area in front of him for a while, the leader of Water Spirit Temple's team finally confirmed his counterparts, smiled happily, and hurried forward. A moment later, their team arrived in front of these half-hidden figures. Obviously, these people were disciples of Ice Sect. Sweeping his gaze over them quickly, Xianxia could help narrowing his eyes. Although these people's expressions were aloof and indifferent, even somewhat disgruntled, giving them an unwelcoming and unreasonable aura. All of them had incredibly dense and pure true qi, each of them giving off a chilling aura that was difficult to ignore. The harsher the environment, the stronger the cultivator that could be honed. This was a well-known truth. Living a life of isolation in this glacial world, Ice Sect's disciples not being formidable would be strange. It seemed like Treasurer Meng entrusting Su Yan to this place had by no means been out of simple convenience. With Su Yan's temperament, this environment really was perfectly suited to her. The two sides were obviously familiar with each other, so the lead Ice Sect disciple, upon seeing the Water Spirit Temple delegation, didn't refrain from showing some impatience as he indifferently asked, "How come you're so late this time?" Hipu quickly stepped forward and replied with a flattering smile. Sorry. Some matters delayed our trip here, causing us to arrive a bit later than expected. It better not happen again." The man was coldly snorted. Hipu almost choked on his words, secretly rolling his eyes and no longer trying to exchange pleasantries, instead quickly getting his people to hand over their universe bags to the Ice Sect disciples so the latter could confirm the goods. After a quick inspection, the leader of the Ice Sect group nodded, expressed his satisfaction with the materials sent by Water Spirit Temple, then handed over 2 universe bags from his sleeve to Hipu. Hipu swiftly checked the contents of the universe bags before smiling and saying, "Good. This time's exchange has been fruitful. I hope we can continue to cooperate in the future." Upon hearing this, without saying anything more, the Ice Sect delegation turned around and prepared to leave. "Please wait a moment," Hipu called out. The lead Ice Sect disciple turned around and asked in an unhappy voice, "What? Ahem. I'd like to ask you about someone." Xianxia stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Ask about someone? Who do you want to ask about?" The man frowned, his expression clearly impatient. "A young woman named Su Yan. She should currently be residing in your Ice Sect." "Su Yan. She should have entered your Ice Sect 2 years ago, if possible. I hope you can allow me to see her." "There's no one with that name in my Ice Sect. You've come to the wrong place." The man didn't wait for Xianxia to finish before waving his hand and gruffly cutting him off. A tinge of anger welled up in Xianxia's heart, but didn't immediately act out, choosing instead to stand by and watch this group depart. Soon, these people disappeared into the snowy world. "Young Master Yang, this..." Hipu looked at Xianxia somewhat sympathetically. Although he knew the people of Ice Sect were not easy to converse with, this group had simply been too cold, even refusing to give the other side a chance to speak. "You go back first. Give my thanks to Shui Ling for all her help and tell her I'll come thank her in person when I get a chance." But young lady said that if things don't go well, We have to bring you back with us lest you suffer any injustice here. Hipu hesitated. Her good intentions are something I'll make a note of in my heart. When you go back, just tell her I insisted on staying. Yang Kai smiled and patted Hipu's shoulder. This time you've worked hard, being treated in such a friendly manner. Hipu immediately felt flattered and let out a laugh. Young Master Yang is too polite. This who wishes young Master Yang success in your coming venture. If things are truly impossible, please don't hesitate to leave. These ice sect people really aren't good to provoke. I know. If there's a chance, we'll meet again in the future. Yang Kai cupped his fists before quickly turning around and following after the ice sect disciples. Looking at his disappearing back, Hipu sighed and shook his head before also turning around and leading his team back the way they came. Yang Kai subtly released his divine sense and locked onto the group of ice sect disciples, following them from a safe distance. He was certain this group of people knew Su Yan. Although the man who spoke did not expose any flaws, the young woman standing behind him trembled slightly as a look of surprise briefly appeared on her face when Yang Kai mentioned Su Yan's name. Although she had quickly regained her composure, Yang Kai had not missed this slight change. Yang Kai didn't know why they denied Su Yan's existence, but he couldn't feel at ease without seeing her for himself. There was also a faint uneasiness in his heart, as if he knew something was wrong. Su Yan had been entrusted to Ice Sect by Meng Wuya. Ice Sect's sect master and treasurer Meng seemed to have some kind of friendship, and that friendship definitely wasn't shallow. If not, Meng Wuya would not have done this. Yang Kai believed in treasurer Meng. Since that was the case, Su Yan shouldn't have been wronged in Ice Sect. But the faint restlessness in Yang Kai's heart still unsettled him, and he vowed to find Su Yan and see for himself how she currently was. Atop the glacier, several Ice Sect disciples in their pure white robes rushed forward. They were the ones who had just traded with Hipu. Under the leadership of a middle-aged man, the group of people walked in a seemingly random pattern across the snowy landscape. There were many large and small outcroppings on this vast glacier, and with their white clothing and special methods of concealing their auras, it would be almost impossible to detect them if one didn't carefully inspect the area. As the middle-aged man led his fellow disciples back towards the sect, he couldn't help wrinkling his brow. He instinctively felt like they were being tracked, but even after sweeping the surroundings with his divine sense repeatedly, he couldn't detect anyone, causing him some distress. After traveling for quite some time, not only was this group not closer to Ice Sect, they were instead getting farther and farther away. The young woman next to him finally couldn't help but ask, "An Iron Martial uncle? Why are we flying in this direction?" The middle-aged man didn't answer, as if he hadn't even heard her. The young woman didn't give up though, her expression becoming somewhat puzzled as she asked, "Also, when that youth asked about junior sister Su Yan, why did you tell him that junior sister wasn't in the Ice Sect? She is obviously there. I even spoke a few words to her less than a year ago." And Irene just shot a cold glance towards the young woman, scaring her and immediately causing her to stop talking. A young man next to the woman quickly explained, "Don't ask too much, junior sister. Martial uncle naturally has a good reason for doing this. Everything he does is for our protection. Outsiders are all sinister and deceitful." At first glance it was obvious that guy back there wasn't anything good, actually wanting to intrude into our Ice Sect. Who knows what kind of evil plot he has. "Oh, the young woman simply replied. Although she somewhat disagreed in her heart, she didn't dare say any more. Another seemingly concerned disciple sped up and approached an Irene, whispering, "Martial uncle, are we being followed?" And Irene frowned a moment before muttering, "I don't know. It may just be my imagination. Among that group of people, no one should have the ability to shadow us without me noticing. But just in case, we'll take a roundabout way back." "Yes." And Irene's expression did not relax though. Recalling Yang Kai's appearance though, he just shook his head and felt he was being overly cautious. Although that young man seemed out of the ordinary, and was certainly not an average junior, in the end, he was still nothing but a kid. It should be impossible for his cultivation to be higher than his own. However, what an Irene really cared about was that he was actually looking for Su Yan, the young woman who had suddenly entered Ice Sect 2 years ago. Not long after joining, that young woman created a huge sensation. the sect master and all the elders lavishly praising her, saying that one day she would certainly become a third-order saint. Her performance was certainly awe-inspiring. When Su Yan joined the sect, she was still just an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage cultivator. But in less than a year, she successfully broke through to the transcendent realm and continued progressing rapidly. According to Elder Qianyu, for the past year, Su Yan had been in secluded retreat. As to what kind of realm her cultivation had reached, and Irun could only imagine. On top of that, Su Yan easily mastered all of Ice Sect's secret arts and martial skills, becoming proficient in most of them almost at first glance. This kind of achievement was unheard of in all of Ice Sect's history. Her aptitude actually didn't differ much from one who possessed the legendary Ice Crystal Jade Body special constitution. Unfortunately, the Ice Crystal Jade Body was incredibly rare and had essentially never been seen before. And Irun hadn't had much contact with Su Yan, but he had learned from Elder Qianyu that this young woman was simply supremely suited to cultivating in Ice Sect. Originally, the sect master had half-forcibly admitted her into the sect against the other elders' objections, but after discovering her amazing talent, Elder Qianyu's attitude completely changed and even hoped to accept her as a direct disciple. Forget about allowing Su Yan to freely read the sect's secret arts and martial skills. Elder Qianyu even allowed her to freely enter the sect's sacred ground, the Ice Cave, to cultivate. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't seem willing to join Ice Sect, causing Qianyu no small frustration, but there was really nothing she could do. When Yang Kai mentioned Su Yan, he made Irun feel quite wary. If it was any other disciple, Irun probably won't have bothered concealing the truth. But since it was about Su Yan, Irun thought he should first report the incident to Elder Qianyu. As these thoughts swirled about his head, Irun's feet never stopped moving, shuttling back and forth across the glacial landscape. Yang Kai, who was a fair distance behind this group, saw this and merely snickered lightly. The other party seemed to be faintly aware they were being tracked but were not certain, so they were eagerly trying to shake Yang Kai off. Unfortunately for them, having been locked onto by Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, everything Irun tried was in vain. 3 days later, Yang Kai noticed that the group he was tracking had suddenly disappeared into an ice mountain, their life auras seemingly vanishing into thin air. After stopping in place for a moment, Yang Kai frowned and decided to walk closer to the region they had disappeared, soon coming across a dense field of ice mountains. Even after examining the area in front of him for some time, Yang Kai couldn't discover anything out of place. All he knew was that these ice mountains were concealing some kind of secret. However, his efforts weren't completely fruitless as, to his great joy, he felt Su Yan's aura. Because they had cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, as long as the two of them were within a certain range of each other, they could sense the other's existence. After they had absorbed the energy of the yin-yang monster ginseng, this invisible spiritual connection had grown even stronger. Su Yan was inside one of the ice mountains a short distance in front of him, her aura incredibly calm and peaceful, as if she was in some kind of deep sleep, but when Yang Kai tried to reach out to her, he wasn't able to obtain the slightest response. Yang Kai's expression instantly became gloomy upon realizing this. Most likely, Su Yan had encountered some kind of accident. Otherwise, after sensing his presence, she would definitely excitedly run out to see him. In an instant, Yang Kai's anger flared up and a murderous aura began leaking from his body, his eyes becoming sharp and dangerous. Inside the ice mountain field lay a snowy paradise. Ice Sect's foundation was in this mountain range. Innumerable years ago, Ice Sect was a well-known superforce in Tongshan realm, but because of a certain incident, Ice Sect had abandoned its former domain and secluded itself here, no longer contacting the outside world or accepting outsiders into its territory. Every 10 years, Ice Sect's elders would go out and search for some disciples with excellent aptitude to inject fresh blood into the Ice Sect. These disciples would all be orphans without any other family members. The strictness with which Ice Sect selected its disciples was incredibly harsh, so each one of them was a talented elite. There weren't many people in Ice Sect. From the sect master to the youngest disciples, there were only about 500 in total. However, there were quite a few masters, including several saints and at least 20 or 30 transcendents. It could be seen from this alone that ice sect's cultivation methods and vision were extraordinary when it came to its disciples. At this moment, in the center of one of the ice mountains inside an ice room, an Iren was reporting about the recent transaction to Elder Xianyu. Xianyu was a middle-aged beauty, and although she did not look old, she was already a powerful first-order saint. Like Fei Yu, she had simply done a good job in maintaining her appearance. After listening to Niren's report, Xianyu nodded lightly. Well done. You've worked hard. Bring the disciples of your team to take some of those supplies to cultivate with. Many thanks, Elder Xianyu, Niren said, but did not immediately retreat, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. Is there something else? Xianyu stared at him with her pair of beautiful eyes, realizing something was not quite right, thus taking the initiative to ask. It's like this, Elder. During this time's transaction, something happened that concerns this disciple. Go on. There was a young man who asked this disciple about Su Yan's whereabouts. I don't know where he obtained his information, but he seemed to be aware that Su Yan was in our ice sect. He was looking for Su Yan? Qian Yu's pretty face dimmed, her brow wrinkling slightly. What kind of man? And Iren quickly described Yang Kai's appearance and added, he is not old, but there was something strange about him. Disciple is incompetent and wasn't able to spy on his strength, but he faintly gave me a sense of oppression. He gave you a sense of oppression? Qian Yu said, slightly shocked, muttering to herself. Is he the person that old guy mentioned to the sect master before? How could he have come so quickly? When that old fogey brought Su Yan to ice sect and handed her over to the sect master, he had once said that someday a young man might come looking for her. He also made a point of saying when that time came, the sect master should not shut him out. Otherwise, it would very likely cause some form of heaven-shaking disaster. The sect master and Elder Qian Yu weren't aware of Su Yan's aptitude at the time, so they only reluctantly agreed. But after witnessing Su Yan's talent firsthand, neither of them wanted to let her leave. As long as Su Yan stayed in ice sect, given her natural ability, she would definitely one day inherit the position of sect master. What made Qian Yu feel helpless, though, was that Su Yan had encountered an accident and currently was unable to meet with anyone. This young man's relationship with Su Yan must be very close. If he were to learn of Su Yan's current state, it would likely lead to some unwanted consequences. Qian Yu couldn't help rubbing her forehead, feeling a slight headache coming on as she asked, Did you lead that young man back to the sect? No. And Iren shook his head. Disciple thought it best to report the situation to Elder first, so he did not tell him the truth. Good. Well done. Qian Yu nodded with satisfaction. But before she could offer a few words of praise for Niren's quick judgment, her expression suddenly changed. Releasing her divine sense into the surrounding area, she soon coldly snorted and said, Niren, you really are incompetent, allowing someone to follow you back to our ice sect, yet not even realizing it. Ah! Niren was stunned. Impossible. I lead my team to wander through the ice fields for several days outside, just in case someone was following us before coming back. How could he have? Humph. Qian Yu coldly snorted. If I say he followed you, then he follow you. Also, that little brat seems to be very dissatisfied with our ice sect. The aura he's emitting right now is quite unfriendly. Please calm your anger. Elder disciple will go now and drive him away. And Iren quickly said, a tinge of irritation on his face. When he came back, he had been extremely cautious and alert, but he had still been silently followed. Not even realizing after he returned to the sect, it was really a big loss of face to him. Go and send him away. This little brat is obviously not the friendly type, so give him a good lesson. But remember, you mustn't endanger his life, Qian Yu ordered. In the end, this youth was somehow related to that old fogey. If they were really to kill this young man, it would be difficult for the sect master to explain to that old fogey. The sect master had already reprimanded Qian Yu regarding Su Yan's accident, so she was not eager to receive another sermon. And Iren hurriedly nodded before rushing out, his look cold and gloomy. Outside the ice mountain range, Yang Kai's face was also quite gloomy. His eyes closed as he silently continued to examine Su Yan's condition. Although he was certain her life wasn't in any danger, He could not understand what had happened to her that would cause her to not respond to his call. It was like she was in some kind of coma and completely unaware of his presence. A moment later, several not weak auras suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's perception range and rapidly flew over towards him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and a cold light flashed across them as he stared in the direction the ice sect disciples were approaching from. Not long after, this group arrived in front of Yang Kai. "Brat, sure enough it's you." And Iron snorted as he stared at the slightly familiar youth in front of him. Just staring at the cold, murderous look on the opposite party's face. And Iron knew this brat wasn't anything good. Regarding this person, and Iron didn't have the slightest good impression. "You dare follow me? Your courage really isn't small." And Iron coldly snorted, saying in a disgruntled tone, "It seems I'll have to have a talk with Water Spirit Temple. How could they have raised such an insidious villain?" When he met Yang Kai before, the latter had been moving together with the disciples of Water Spirit Temple, so naturally he thought Yang Kai was also member of Water Spirit Temple. "Water Spirit Temple has no relationship with me," Yang Kai snorted. And Iron frowned as he stared at Yang Kai, calmly saying, "I don't care what sect you belong to. This is my ice sect's territory. Go back to wherever you came from. Otherwise don't blame us for being unkind. Before I see the person I have to see, I'm not going anywhere." Yang Kai glared at an Iren, flames of anger rising in his heart. This guy clearly knew Su Yen, but when he had asked about her before, the latter had simply cut him off before Yang Kai could finish his question. And now that Yang Kai had arrived here and confirmed Su Yan's presence, this guy wanted to force him to leave without so much as a word of explanation. This attitude was simply arrogant to the extreme. Yang Kai was furious, but still didn't act immediately. Ice Sect's sect master had some kind of relationship with Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya entrusting Su Yen to this place obviously stemmed from the former's good intentions. So if Ice Sect could give him a reasonable explanation he could accept, Yang Kai didn't want to make a big deal out of things. Right now, he just wanted to know what had happened to Su Yen and how she was. However, even if Yang Kai didn't let his anger erupt, and Iren did, roaring loudly, "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Speaking such bold words to me in my ice sect's territory, you are the first. If you utter any more nonsense, I'll teach you a harsh lesson. You can try." Yang Kai sneered, and Iren's expression became indifferent as he nodded lightly. "Very well. I didn't want to hurt you, but you've brought this upon yourself. A mere junior daring to act so arrogantly in front of me. Your ignorance knows no bounds. Today, I'll let you know who the master is around here." Saying so, and Iren's eyes flashed and a burst of white light shot out from them. In this white world, it was extremely difficult to detect this light. The light seemed to be composed of the coldest ice and cut through the air like a sword, slicing into Yang Kai's head and ripping through his knowledge-seized defense, trying to defeat him in one fell swoop. A divine sense attack. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a cold sneer and slowly shook his head. "I thought your ice sect cultivators were supposed to be strong, but it turns out you're nothing much. If that was all you've got, then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed." Although Ni Ren's divine sense attack had easily penetrated into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, it was quickly incinerated, causing no damage at all. Ni Ren's face changed dramatically upon realizing this, and all the other ice sect disciples around also stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Ni Ren was a first-order transcendent master, and though he did not major in cultivating spiritual energy, his divine sense was still quite powerful. To deal with such a junior should have been a simple task, so the other party not taking with any damage and even leisurely being able to taunt them really was difficult for the ice sect disciples to accept. "Junior brother, this little brat is a little strange," another transcendent beside Ni Ren quickly said. Ni Ren nodded heavily. Just now, when Elder Qian Yu told him to bring others to drive this little brat away, he had felt she was making too much of a fuss, but now he knew otherwise. Fortunately, he had brought some of his fellow brothers to help, or else, if he had come all alone, facing this strange kid in battle likely would have resulted in him suffering an embarrassing loss. As he thought so, Iren stared at Yang Kai fixedly, his expression a lot more solemn than it was before, a moment later saying, Little brat, I see you have some skill. I won't embarrass you any further. So leave now. I said, before I see the one I need to see. I'm not leaving. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his attitude firm, his expression sinking as he coldly stated, if you don't let me see her, I'll flatten every one of your ice mountains. Bold. You think we'll allow you to act as you please in our ice sect? And Iron shouted furiously. It seems it's useless for me to speak with someone of your status in ice sect. Since that's the case, I'll have to find someone with some real authority. Just as Yang Kai's voice fell, his figure flickered and he shot towards a certain ice mountain in the distance. From that mountain, he could feel a powerful divine sense monitoring the situation over here. Don't even think about it, and Iron shouted, his true chi bursting forth. Frozen world! The bone-chilling wind suddenly became even colder, and in a flash, Yang Kai's body was surrounded by a mysterious energy. This energy quickly solidified into innumerable icy blades that shot towards him from every possible direction, each of these blades giving off an imposing and dangerous aura. In an instant, Yang Kai's figure was lost in this torrent of blades. However, Ni Ren's expression did not relax and instead became even more solemn. Xiao xiao xiao. The ice blades continued to fly towards Yang Kai from all around. But at the center of this barrage, a blazing inferno had erupted and was spreading outwards at incredible speed. Soon, a red-hot ball of flames as dazzling as the sun formed, blinding those who tried to stare at it. When Ni Ren's frozen world exploded, Yang Kai stood mid-air, surrounded by his flames, radiating a scalding hot aura as he stared down at Ni Ren indifferently. Transcendent realm. Ni Ren complexion changed greatly as his eyes bulged in disbelief. Feeling Yang Kai's true chi fluctuations, he finally understood what his opponent's cultivation was. This young man, like him, was a first-order transcendent master, and his opponent's true chi was actually several times purer and denser than his own. What made Ni Ren truly uneasy, though, was that this youth's true chi had a potent yang attribute, the nemesis of his ice attribute chi. Junior brother, watch out! In the instant that Ni Ren lost his composure, his senior brother nearby suddenly called out and hurriedly pulled him away. Xiao! A fiery red spear scratched Ni Ren's body and sank into the ground, instantly melting the 10,000-year-old ice and opening a hole dozens of meters across, and at least 1,000 meters deep. Feeling the power of that spear, which was purely condensed of this strange youth's true chi, caused all the ice sect disciples present to go pale. All of them had broken through to the transcendent realm, but none of them was confident they could have withstood such an attack. If they had been hit directly with that flame spear, they would likely have vaporized as easily as the ice around them had. Hoo-hoo! An unbearably hot true chi aura spread out and instantly covered a several thousand-meter radius. Within this scalding domain, anyone who cultivated ice attribute secret arts was suppressed to some degrees and their true chi seemed to circulate more slowly. Yang Kai stood midair, a cold chill flashing across his eyes as he stared down below and solemnly said, I'll ask you one last time, what happened to Su Yen? Boy, we don't know anyone named Su Yen. So how are we supposed to know what happened to her? If you want to fight, stop trying to find excuses and just fight. And Ren stubbornly declared. Good. Yang Kai nodded and no longer wasted his breath, condensing a drop of yang liquid at his fingertips before flicking his wrist and shooting it out. The drop of yang liquid exploded and transformed into thousands of tiny droplets that flew towards the ice sect disciples below. Ice curtain. Ice lock. Ice crystal beasts. And Ren and the others' transcendents all immediately responded to Yang Kai's attack, each of them using their own ice attribute martial skills. A shield of ice filled with profound chill rose up in front of the ice sect disciples while chains comprised of ice attribute chi shot towards Yang Kai. At the same time, a series of roars rang out and a number of giant monster beasts appeared above the glacier, fierce looks upon their faces. These monster beasts were composed entirely of ice attribute true chi and had the appearance of elaborate ice sculptures. However, each of them behaved incredibly lifelike, running atop the ground and soaring through the sky as they struck towards Yang Kai. Chi chi chi. The drop of yang liquid, which had transformed into countless tiny droplets, effortlessly penetrated the ice curtain, causing Ren and his fellow brothers' faces to pale, all of them quickly summoning their own defensive artifacts in the next instant to protect themselves. Simultaneously, the ice lock's chains wrapped up Kai, but before their summoner could celebrate, to his horror, his martial skill, which should have been able to tie down a second-order transcendent, was actually instantly melted by Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi, not even slowing the latter down for a single breath. Kai stepped forward leisurely and confronted the ice crystal beasts next. After not having used this particular martial skill for so long, Kai once again pushed forward his palms, and with a great tiger roar and ox bellow, the heaven-shaking white tiger and earth-splitting divine ox appeared, their bodies radiating a burning hot golden aura as they charged forward. Pa pa pa! All of the ice crystal beasts that charged towards Kai were no match for the white tiger and divine ox phantoms, and were easily crushed and evaporate by the latter, disappearing in a puff of steam. In less than 3 breaths, Kai had crushed the ice sect disciples' techniques and arrived in front of them. The true qi fiercely overflowing from Kai's body made each of these disciples tremble unconsciously. They had never thought that a cultivator in the same realm as them could so completely overwhelm them in combat. Even though it was 3 against 1, not only was the strange youth not showing any signs of defeat, he even appeared calm and relaxed, as if he hadn't even used half his full strength yet. Feeling the power surging through his body, Kai truly felt carefree. Certainly, the cultivators of Ice Sect had much higher combat power than average. The 2 first-order transcendents of the Chung family, which Kai had cleaned up previously in Blue Water City, weren't even in the same league. Even if 2 people had the same cultivation, depending on their comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, their combat power could be vastly different. Regarding this point, Kai had achieved something of a pinnacle amongst the same realm. Although these Ice Sect disciples were all rare talents in this field, their achievements were still incomparable to Kai's. After making a move, Kai's anger seemed to have been released somewhat, and his emotions gradually calmed down. He came to Ice Sect not to fight or kill, but to see Su Yen. Thinking so, his murderous intent converged significantly, but his momentum did not. Ren and the other Ice Sect disciples did their best to stop Kai, but not only could they not block him, they were actually teetering on the brink of total defeat. This whole scenario made them feel quite fearful, and their attitudes towards Kai changed dramatically as a result. On the outskirts of the Ice Mountains, the several Ice Sect Transcendent Realm Masters teamed up against Kai were constantly complaining in their hearts. They had initially thought that their opponent was just a young ignorant brat, someone any one of them could easily send packing, but never had Ren and his fellow brothers thought that Kai's strength would be so monstrous, completely surpassing all 3 of them put together, forcing them into a miserable situation. Such a huge contrast in expectation and reality dumbfounded them. Although the 2 sides' true qi attributes mutually repelled one another, this youth's true qi was far more dense and pure, so every time they fought, the Ice Sect disciples' martial skill would melt like snow under the spring sun. Even just their basic true qi defense around their bodies was severely strained by the blazing hot aura Kai was giving off. Anyone who dares to stop me today will die. All of a sudden, Kai showed an impatient expression and angrily roared, his gaze becoming cold and ruthless. Ren's heart clenched as his instincts cried out to him to retreat, immediately forcing him to put all of his strength into defending himself. Under the threat of Kai's murderous intent, he finally felt the situation had become untenable. Kai's performance was completely unexpected, and Ren couldn't understand how a boy so much younger than himself could completely suppress him and his fellow brothers. This is my Ice Sect's domain, not somewhere you can act dissolute. Ren somehow choked down his fear, grit his teeth, and tried to act strong. You've said that once before. Kai stared at him coldly. Not somewhere I can act dissolute? Is Ice Sect really so great? I'll show you the meaning of dissolute. As he said so, a burst of wind was thunder erupted, engulfing Ren and his 2 fellow disciples in a dense storm filled with sharp wind blades and lethal lightning bolts. A slaughtering field instantly appeared, and the 3 Ice Sect disciples' defensive artifacts all began to flicker rapidly under the intense bombardment, dimming quickly and soon losing their effect altogether. After that, The ice attribute True Qi the three ice sect disciples used to guard their bodies was swiftly eroded by the wind and thunder field, their clothes shredding, and dense wounds soon appearing on their bodies. The aura of death breathed down their necks, causing Narration and the others to pale with fright. Trapped inside this strange killing field, they were unable to escape no matter what they tried. Xianxia slowly lifted his hand and padded towards their direction. A giant palm print appeared in the sky as he did so, shining a blinding golden light like the midday sun, falling towards the three ice sect disciples in the next instant, bringing with it a terrifying heat and destructive force, as if a volcano was pressing down on them. Containing a fierce momentum, before the palm print had even hit its target, the surrounding glacier began to melt, sending a thick cloud of steam soaring up into the sky. Narration and his fellow brothers' knees all went soft and each of them nearly collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling violently as they stared at the huge palm print descending upon them. "Stop!" A loud voice resounded in all of their ears as a white figure shot out from one of the ice mountains. In the blink of an eye, this figure arrived in the sky above Narration and raised a jade-like palm towards Xianxia's attack. "Pa!" The golden palm print directly collapsed and Xianxia was forced back several steps, his face paling and a trickle of blood leaking from the corner of his lips. However, no signs of surprise appeared on his face. Instead, he cracked a light smile as he stared towards the woman who had suddenly appeared. This woman was a mature beauty clothed in a pure white dress with an enchanting figure and a cold expression. At this moment, she too was staring towards Xianxia, an incredulous look upon her face, seemingly unable to believe that this young man could easily defeat Naration's team. Narration and his fellow brothers were all first-order transcendent masters and their strength within Ice Sect was not low. They should have been more than enough to take care of this minor incident but had actually almost died just now. This result was something she found difficult to accept. Since when did such an astonishing young talent appear in Tongxian realm? "You finally decided to show yourself," Xianxia snorted. "Elder Qian Yu." Narration and others shouted happily, as if they had just seen their savior, their eyes filled with pleasant surprise. "Draw back." Qian Yu waved her hand and easily dispersed the field of wind and thunder around Narration and the other. Xianxia's expression was dignified. This woman was a Saint Realm Master, so her having such ability was no surprise to him. The whole reason he had made a show of killing Narration was to lead this woman out. This woman was the one who had been spying on this place from the nearby ice mountain. Narration and the others didn't have any real authority in Ice Sect, but this person probably did. "What force are you from? Why are you proficient in 3 different attributes?" Qian Yu frowned as she stared at Xianxia solemnly, wanting to find some kind of clue from his clothes or manner, but eventually coming up empty. "Where I'm from isn't important. I'm only here to see someone." Xianxia took a deep breath. "I hope you can open your Ice Sect's doors and allow me to see her. If she is well, I'll lead her away from here and consider this time's matters settled. If she is not, I'll make your Ice Sect pay an appropriate price." "Foolishness?" Qian Yu slowly shook her head, a look of ridicule flashing across her beautiful face. "My Ice Sect has been in seclusion for many years and its reputation no longer resounds throughout the world, but it's still not so easily bullied. The person you are looking for is not here. Go back to wherever you came from. Don't blame me for taking action against a junior. You don't need to feign ignorance with me. You and I are both well aware that Su Yan is in your Ice Sect." Xianxia replied indifferently, completely undeterred by Qian Yu's words. "I said the person you're looking for is not in my Ice Sect," Qian Yu repeated, a tinge of anger welling up in her heart. "Oh really?" Xianxia smiled mockingly. "Would you like me to point out exactly where she is right now?" Saying so, Xianxia pointed his finger in a particular direction and confidently stated, "The person I'm looking for is inside a tall ice mountain 15 kilometers in that direction and is currently in some kind of deep sleep state." Qian Yu's beautiful face twitched as she stared at Xianxia in amazement. This boy was correct, and the precision with which he described Su Yan's current state and location were extremely high. Qian Yu couldn't figure out how he could possibly know all of this. "Anything you'd like to say?" Xianxia glared back at the mature beauty silently for a moment before firmly declaring, All I want is to see her and determine whether she is all right. I don't know what you're talking about. Xianyu quickly adjusted her expression and doubled down on her previous statement. If you insist on not letting me see her, then I can only force my way in. Yang Kai's aura suddenly became callous as he exclaimed, I hope your ice sect can afford the price. If you dare act unruly here, I cannot guarantee your life. Xianyu grit her teeth and issued an ultimatum. Yang Kai nodded gently and no longer spoke, immediately pushing his true chi to its limits. Hua! Yang Kai opened his wind and thunder wings directly and immediately grabbed everyone's attention, all of them wondering what kind of profound martial skill or artifact composed these beautiful wings. In that brief moment of absent-mindedness, Yang Kai disappeared from all of their sights. Qianyu's face changed dramatically, her tender body flickering in the next instant as she hurriedly pursued him. Honk! A loud bang erupted from a nearby 1,000-meter-tall ice mountain, and under a terrifying force, its upper half exploded, sending chunks of ice and snow scattering in all directions. Hong hong hong! A series of loud explosions continued to spread across the ice mountain range as Narration and his fellow disciples looked on in a daze. None of them could grasp Yang Kai's movements. After opening that strange pair wings, the latter's speed had increased to an incredible degree. They couldn't even lock onto Yang Kai's position after fully releasing their divine senses. As a blurry figure flickered about, one ice mountain after another was struck. This intruder was like a raging fireball, smashing directly into the ice mountains, using his own body and true chi to destroy everything in his path. Within a few breaths of time, 6,000-meter ice mountains had been obliterated, the ice sect disciples who were cultivate inside them scrambling out of the debris, many of them either confused or cursing but without exception, falling unconscious moments later. The same happened to Narration and his two fellow disciples. After watching Yang Kai's performance for a brief moment, they had all suddenly fallen to the ground unconscious. Xianyu didn't notice this strange anomaly because at the moment all her attention was focused on Yang Kai. A thick look of shock plastered all over her face. Even though she was a first-order saint and wasn't holding back, her wanting to catch up to Yang Kai, who had opened his wind and thunder wings, was somewhat unrealistic. The wind was swift and the thunder was agile. The enhancement the wind and thunder wings provided to Yang Kai's speed could no longer be described in words. Amidst the ice mountains, two figures flashed rapidly, one fleeing, the other chasing, running around and around in circles, the surrounding ice mountains breaking open and crumbling one after another. From the very beginning, Yang Kai never intended to confront this Saint Realm Master head-on. His current strength was indeed quite astonishing, allowing him to fight and defeat enemies above his own realm with ease. So dealing with Narration and the other two ice sect transcendents wasn't difficult, but Yang Kai still had some self-knowledge. A Saint Realm Master was not an opponent he could fight right now. The energy flowing through Saint Realm Masters was very different from that of Transcendence. So every martial skill and move a saint made was incomparably stronger than ones displayed by Transcendence. The Saint Realm dominated above the Transcendent Realm. If he wanted to fight against a Saint Realm Master and not immediately be defeated, Yang Kai figured he had to at least become a third-order Transcendent. If he tried to stand and fight this beautiful woman, Yang Kai had no chance of winning, so he could only try another method to get the other party to give way. He had to make the biggest ruckus he could. Little brat, stop! Qianyu was infuriated. She couldn't catch up to Yang Kai, so she could only shout angrily at him from behind. I already said, if I can't see Su Yen, I'll flatten all of your ice sex mountains. Yang Kai coldly snorted, not slowing down but instead increasing his speed even further. Wrapping his intrepid physique in blazing hot true chi, Yang Kai hit straight towards the ice mountains in front of him. None of these mountains could withstand the force of his collision. Everywhere he went, he smashed open the landscape as easily as one would smash a plank of rotten wood. Qianyu's eyes went red as she saw her beloved ice sect's 1,000-year-old foundation crumbling around her. A deep sense of distress and anger filling her heart. Bumping into such a reckless and unreasonable young man really made her feel like her luck was too bad. In the middle of their chase, Qianyu stopped suddenly, her beautiful eyes flashing an icy cold light as she glared towards Yang Kai's figure, shouting loudly, "Suppress!" The surrounding world energy suddenly twisted unnaturally, causing Yang Kai's expression to change dramatically, hurriedly coming to a halt and turning in a different direction. But no matter what way he faced, a wall of icy energy was closing in on him, leaving him no way out. The astonishing methods of a Saint Realm Master were beyond his ability to comprehend or resist. Hong hong hong. The wall of frigid energy smashed into Yang Kai and sent him tumbling through the air. Fresh blood spurt from his mouth, and the golden light which had been surrounding his body vanished as he fell uncontrollably towards the ground below. Seeing that Yang Kai hit the ground, Qian Yu's face could help relaxing somewhat. This time she knew she was in the wrong. Denying the existence of Su Yan and refusing to let Yang Kai see her all stemmed from her own selfishness. So even if Yang Kai had ruined more than a dozen of Ice Sect's ice peaks, she had never had any murderous intent towards him. All she wanted was to cause enough difficulty for Yang Kai so that he would willingly retreat. She could not hand over Su Yan so easily. After all, it was too rare to meet such an outstanding seedling. Qian Yu still had not given up on recruiting Su Yan as her disciple. Moreover, Su Yan's state at the moment was not good, and she truly could not meet with anyone. After injuring Yang Kai just enough, she could easily drive him away, or so Qian Yu thought. But before she could even fly over to investigate his situation, her expression changed dramatically. Down below, Yang Kai, who should have hit the ground and been knocked unconscious, once again rushed out, his golden true chi aura completely restored. Impossible! Qian Yu's beautiful eyes quivered fiercely. She was perfectly clear how much strength she had just used. It should have been more than enough to knock out a mere first-order transcendent. But at this moment, not only did the other side not seem to have taken any damage, his momentum had instead increased and his demeanor had become more violent, as if silently declaring he would not rest until he had flattened all of Ice Sect. Just how strong was his body that he could withstand such a blow without falling unconscious? Hong hong hong. One ice mountain after another collapsed, causing Qian Yu to become somewhat hysterical as she cried out, "Boy, you seek death. If you don't stop this instant, don't blame me for not showing any mercy." Yang Kai just laughed wildly in response. "If you want to kill me, you're free to try. Let's see what comes first, my death or your Ice Sect's destruction. Since you refuse to let me see Su Yan, I will let all of us be buried alive here." Impudence! Qian Yu shouted, watching almost 1/10 of Ice Sect's foundation be destroyed. A sliver of killing intent finally crept into her aura. If she couldn't subdue this little brat within less than an hour, Ice Sect really would have to find a place to relocate to. Such wanton destruction had naturally alerted everyone else in Ice Sect. One by one, masters emerged from different ice mountains and gathered together. "Qian Yu, what happened? Where did this barbaric boy come from?" A middle-aged, with a dim expression, coldly shouted out. "Big brother, capture this little brat for me first. I'll explain what happened later." Qian Yu, who was still pursing Yang Kai, hurriedly called out. Hearing this, the middle-aged man wrinkled his brow. Although he was somewhat unwilling to personally deal with a junior, seeing the violent destruction of Ice Sect, he also felt a deep sense of indignation and immediately complied. "Good!" As he spoke, his figure flickered and appeared in front of Yang Kai, snorting loudly, "Boy, stop this instant or—" Before he could finish what he was going to say, though, Yang Kai shot past him wrapped in a great gust of wind. A loud rumbling noise rang out and the ice mountain behind the middle-aged man shattered. Such insolence! The middle-aged man coldly snorted, and in the blink of an eye, somehow appeared right beside Yang Kai, his palm pushing forward and landing on the opposite party's chest. Yang Kai's face went white and his speed and momentum noticeably dropped. At the same time, a frigid energy spread from the place he had been struck, impeding the flow of his true chi. From an outsider's perspective, it was like he had been caught in a mire and was having difficulty moving. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a thin layer of frost spread across the surface of Yang Kai's body and threatened to completely freeze him in the next instant. A second-order saint. Yang Kai's heart clenched up as he desperately twisted his body and quickly withdrew from the middle-aged man's reach. At the same time, Yang Kai pushed his burning hot true chi as hard as he could, and with some effort managed to dispel the chill in his body, restoring his freedom after a brief moment. Seeing this, a look of surprise filled the middle-aged man's face as he couldn't help muttering, "Such a fierce brat." With his second-order Saint Cultivation, even after directly injecting his own freezing energy into this boy, not only had he failed to incapacitate the latter, he had barely even slowed him down. Given his strength and status, taking action against Xianxia was already a great stain upon the middle-aged man's honor. If he were to act again, he really wouldn't have any face left. A master like him had his own pride, and generally disdained to perform actions that could be interpreted as bullying the weak. "Big brother, why did you stop?" Seeing the middle-aged man standing mid-air, his arms crossed behind his back, exhibiting the style of a powerful aloof master, Xianxia couldn't help complaining. The middle-aged man frowned and said solemnly, "Things have already become like this. Boy, enough. As long as you stop, I will not act against you again. But don't push your luck. If you have something to discuss, we can all sit down and talk about it." As the middle-aged man spoke, two more Saint Realm Masters from Ice Sect appeared and blocked Xianxia's retreat. The two did not move against Xianxia immediately, but instead just stared towards him with great interest, their eyes filled with curiosity. For Saints, the immensity of Ice Sect's heritage was obvious at a glance. Xianxia was caught in the middle of this encirclement, and he knew that against such a lineup, he could no longer act recklessly, and since he perceived that the middle-aged man was being sincere, he also came to a halt and stood calmly mid-air. "Why should I listen to anything you have to say?" Xianxia stared back at the middle-aged man and asked indifferently. The middle-aged man showed a faint smile and nodded. "I am Ice Sect's elder, Qianhao." Xianxia turned his eyes to the middle-aged beauty and sneered. "She is also an Ice Sect elder. How do I know you two aren't wearing the same pair of pants?" Qianxu's pretty face became cold and she wanted to retort, but Qianhao cut her off and said, "The two of us are real blood brother and sister. How can we not be on the same side?" "Big brother." Qianxu glared at him bitterly. "However, you have no choice." Qianhao's expression became cold. "You've ruined so much of my Ice Sect's foundation. If you don't give me a proper explanation, do you think I will just let you go? You best have a reason I can accept for your reckless behavior, otherwise, I will let you taste the world's most painful torture from now until the day you die." Xianxia sneered and took back his wind and thunder wings before glancing over at Qianxu. "I came here to find someone, but she insisted on stopping me from seeing her." "Find someone? Who are you looking for?" Qianhao frowned. "Su Yan." Hearing this, Qianhao and the other two Saint Realm Masters' brows furrowed. "Big brother, this person should be the one that the old fogey mentioned before he left." Qianxu whispered into Qianhao's ear, the latter nodding slightly before wearing a disgruntled look. "Since that's the case, why didn't you just let him see her? Was it necessary to make such a big fuss over something so small?" "Su Yan had an accident." Qianxu replied somewhat awkwardly. "An accident?" Qianhao was genuinely surprised. What happened? Although Qianhao was also an elder of Ice Sect, he had been in secluded retreat for the past few years and was thus not too familiar with the everyday occurrences in the sect. If it weren't for the ruckus Xianxia had stirred up today being so earth-shaking, he wouldn't have even appeared here. "Ha! Let's not talk about this now. I'll explain everything to you later. Right now, Su Yan really can't see anyone. Moreover, just look at this little brat. At first glance, it's obvious he's cruel and vicious. How could I allow such a bad influence to get close to Su Yan? The two of them already know each other." Qianhao sighed heavily. "All I see is a toad lusting after swan meat." Qianxu coldly snorted, glaring hatefully at Xianxia, the latter appearing more and more unpleasant with each passing moment. Seeing his little sister's bad impression of this kid being so entrenched, Qianhao knew well enough not to say any more, no matter what. This time, although it was originally his sister who was in the wrong, it was true that this little brat didn't put Ice Sect in his eyes. Having destroyed so many ice mountains, if Qianhao really tried to make big things small, and small things nothing, it would be difficult for him to explain to the sect's disciples. Considering all this, Qianhao coldly said, "Just because of that, you dared act so aggressively and wantonly destroyed my Ice Sect's foundations? Since I'm not happy, no one else will be either. Boy, you're certainly crazy enough." I just don't know if you can afford the consequences. I won't kill you, but you only have two choices. Either enter my ice sect as a slave and work until you repay the damage you have caused this time, or cut off both of your hands. Choose yourself. Finished speaking, he stared at Yang Kai coldly, wondering what choice this kid would make. I choose neither. Xianhao smiled and shook his head. That's not something you can control. Good, since your aptitude is good, we'll just go with the first option. Although your secret art is at odds with my ice sect, you are still a rare talent. It would be a pity to destroy you just like that. Saying so, an invisible energy suddenly burst forth and directly imprisoned Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't make any attempt to dodge and simply allowed himself to be bound. However, he didn't show any signs of panic either. Instead, a look of victory appeared on his face, accompanied by a dismissive sneer. What are you laughing at? Xianhao frowned. From now on, you will follow beside me and serve me. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Since you'll be entering Ice Sect as a slave, there will always be an opportunity for you to see the one you want to see. Of course, that is so long as you behave honestly. If not, you'll have to suffer some pain. You want me to serve you? Yang Kai laughed loudly. I'm afraid you won't have the opportunity to receive such a blessing. Xianhao coldly snorted. Allowing you to serve me is because I favor your talent, but you best not test my patience. Another of the Saint Realm Masters also shouted, little brat, Xianhao accepting you is already showing you great honor. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness. The last person Saint followed up, kid. Angering Xianhao now won't do you any good. A slightly smug look crept onto Xianhao's face as he looked at Yang Kai with great interest. No matter what reason you had for coming to Ice Sect, no matter what kind of grievances you have suffered, it is still a fact that you cannot act unruly here. Me not killing you immediately is already a great benevolence. As for the nonsense you spouted a moment ago, what capital do you believe you have to bargain with? Do you think that, with your paltry strength, you can escape from me? Take a look around you. Yang Kai snickered as he gestured towards the ground below, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Hearing this, the four Saint Realm Masters all wore a confused expression before quickly examining the situation around them. The next moment, the calm expressions on all four of the saints changed drastically. From a while ago, all of them had felt that something about this situation was off, but with all of their attention focused on Yang Kai, they had failed to carefully monitor their surroundings. But after Yang Kai's reminder, the four of them noticed that it was far too quiet. Almost all of Ice Sect's disciples had been forced out of the ice mountains by Yang Kai's rampage, yet none of them were making the slightest sound. Moreover, when the four saints looked around, they discovered that their disciples were all passed out on the ground with looks of pain and anguish upon their faces. With just a quick glance, the four saints discovered that more than 200 Ice Sect disciples were in this comatose state. Regardless of their cultivation or age, each of these unconscious individuals' auras was slightly unstable. Even the transcendents among them were no different. It was impossible for so many Ice Sect disciples to be incapacitated for no apparent reason. The only explanation was that this little brat had done something to them. However, just what kind of method did he possess that allowed him to pull this off under the noses of four Saint Realm Masters? Xianhao and the others were deeply puzzled. What did you do? Xianhao glanced over at two of the other Saint Realm Masters before focusing his attention back onto Yang Kai. Take a guess. What did you do to them? Why do they all seem to be in great pain? Xianhao asked again, this time with much more force. However, in response, Yang Kai simply grinned back at him mockingly. Simultaneously, the two masters who had received the silent instructions of Xianhao inspected the unconscious disciples. But no matter how they examined them, they couldn't find any external wounds or signs of poisoning. Exchanging dismayed glances, the two saints were completely lost. How did all of these disciples become like this without being poisoned or injured? Not giving up, the two saints quickly released their divine senses to more closely inspect their unconscious disciples, but not long after they had done so, both of their expressions paled and they cried out in shock. What are these? As they shouted, they hurriedly retreated, as if something terrifying was chasing after them. Looking at this scene, whether it was Chen Yu or Chen Hao, they felt a chill shoot up their back. causing them to shiver unconsciously. "What happened?" Xianxia called out worriedly. "Stay back. Whatever you do, don't release your divine senses." One of the two saints paled and shouted as he fled. "There's something targeting our divine senses. If you release your divine sense, you'll be targeted as well." At the same time, the other Saint Realm Master cried out in pain, his expression twisting in agony. Two First-Order Saints had suddenly fallen into a difficult situation and even looked somewhat fearful. Xianxia wanted to help, but had no idea where to even start. Xianhao stared at Yang Kai coldly as he sunk deep into through, his eyes containing a trace of unease as he quietly condensed his true qi to defend himself. This kid's methods were too strange, even able to damage two First-Order Saints. Naturally, Xianhao didn't dare lower his guard. After a brief struggle, the two Saint Realm Masters gradually stabilized themselves. But the pained look upon their faces did not completely disappear and their brows remained deeply furrowed, a tinge of fear apparent in their eyes. "Boy, what did you infect them with?" One of them turned his gaze towards Yang Kai and solemnly asked, his eyes containing none of their previous contempt as he desperately endured the pain in his soul. "Worthy of a Saint Realm Master, you're still able to maintain your consciousness," Yang Kai said lightly, offering some genuine praise. Not only could these two saints remain awake, their combat effectiveness had essentially not decreased. In other words, the present them weren't much different how they were a few moments ago. They simply had some additional minor concerns. "What exactly happened?" Xianxia asked slightly worriedly. She was naturally aware of just how strong these two elders were. If it had been her in their place, she likely wouldn't have been able to escape either. "Some kind of imperceptible insects have infected the knowledge seas of the disciples. When we tried to inspect them with our divine senses, we were also attacked," one of them said, directly a hate-filled glare towards Yang Kai as he explained, "Although we can temporarily suppress these strange insects, it will take us some time to completely get rid of them. But I'm afraid that none of the disciples have enough strength to do the same." "Strange insects?" Xianxu's beautiful face paled. "What kind of insects?" "I don't know. You'll have to ask him." Xianhao sighed, a look of hesitation appearing on his face for a moment before he released Yang Kai's shackles and said, "Boy, you win. Releasing you first is a show of my ice sex sincerity. Now answer our questions." "A wise man knows when to submit to the circumstance," Yang Kai sneered. The faces of the four saints all became ugly. For Saint Realm Masters had come out to deal with a single First-Order Transcendent Junior, but not only did they fail to thoroughly subdue him, two of them had actually fallen into the latter's trap and been injured. A large part of Issek's foundation had been destroyed, and several hundred of their disciples had been put into a life-threatening situation. Although Yang Kai's taunting angered them greatly, none of them dared show any aggression. "What kind of insects are these?" Xianhao asked. "As the one who released them, you should know that at least, right?" Yang Kai gently nodded, responding in a neither rude nor polite tone. "Soul-devouring insects? Surely you've all heard of them, right?" Hearing this, all four of the saints' expressions became grim. Naturally, they had heard of soul-devouring insects before. These exotic ancient insects were so small they were practically invisible, and they exclusively fed on spiritual energy. Once they infected a victim's knowledge sea, they would multiply rapidly and were incredibly difficult to get rid of. However, these ancient insects were something the four saints had only heard of in legend. Who among them could have thought they still existed? "Boy," one of the masters who had been infected by the soul-devouring insects coldly snorted. "My ice sect may be isolated, but we are not ignorant. Soul-devouring insects are indeed formidable, but wanting to infect a Saint Realm cultivator's knowledge sea with them is nothing but a fantasy. It's impossible that these things are soul-devouring insects. According to what they knew, saints should easily be able to deal with soul-devouring insects. Not only should it be impossible for them to become infected, even if they were, with their powerful spiritual energy, they should have easily been able to kill these exotic ancient insects." So when Yang Kai reported the name of these insects, this master's first reaction was that the former was lying. Yang Kai simply grinned mockingly. "I apologize, my soul-devouring insects are probably not the same as the ones in the legends. At the very least, they're a bit more powerful." Since the time Yang Kai had explored the ancient cave mansion with Zhang Yan and Fei Yu and obtained these exotic ancient insects, almost 2 years had passed. Over the past 2 years, the soul-devouring insects had remained inside Yang Kai's knowledge, atop the 5-colored island, where they had received many benefits. Yang Kai could clearly feel that these soul-devouring insects had become much stronger than they originally were as a result. When Yang Kai was playing cat and mouse with Chen Yu, every time he destroyed one of the ice mountains, he had released numerous soul-devouring insects, so when the ice sect disciples had emerged from the ruins, all of them, without exception, had been infected. You're saying that these things are soul-devouring insects? Why are you safe and sound then? How did you release them? The man asked coldly. You ask too many questions and I have no obligation to answer them. Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously. I'll only tell you that within the next half an hour your ice sect disciples won't be in any life-threatening danger. But after that, I can't make any guarantees. These little guys aren't all that obedient. You court death. If my ice sect disciples encounter any accident, you'll die a miserable death. Yang Kai laughed riotously at this threat and sneered. Having several hundred people buried along with me doesn't sound bad. As long as you are willing, I can make them die right now. The 4 saints suddenly became silent, each of them feeling a great headache. There weren't many ice sect disciples to begin with, about 500 in total. If 200 or 300 of them were to suddenly die, the loss would be too great. This little brat was simply a demon who would use whatever means at his disposal, no matter how underhanded and dastardly, to achieve his goals. The 4 saints all felt a deep hatred towards Yang Kai, but they didn't dare act rashly here, even though they had absolute confidence they could instantly kill him. After all, once they killed him, what would they do about the soul-devouring insects he had released? However, admitting defeat here was so humiliating that none of them could bring themselves to utter the words. As they all grit their teeth and dark and gloomy thoughts swirled about their heads, a woman's voice suddenly lightly called out, "Little boy, is your surname Yang?" Yang Kai's face changed dramatically upon hearing this voice because he had failed to notice anyone approaching him. Yet when he turned around and saw the source of this voice, he discovered an incredibly beautiful figure only a few steps away from him. This woman looked quite young, at most that same age as him, Yang Kai and Su Yan, but her body radiated an unfathomable aura that greatly pressured Yang Kai even though she was not actively trying to suppress him. This kind of pressure was not something he felt from any of the other 4 elders of Ice Sect. As she stood there, this woman seemed to be integrated into this frozen world, as if within this domain she was omnipotent and omnipresent. 3rd Order Saint. Yang Kai took a deep breath and immediately became vigilant. Although he knew he was facing a terrifying enemy, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling slightly strange. After listening to this woman's words, the raging anger he felt in his heart actually weakened a lot. Besides being incredibly pleasant to the ear, there also seemed to be some kind of magical power in this woman's voice that gently soothed the grievances and injustices Yang Kai felt. "Greetings, Sect Master." Qian Hao and the other saints also quickly adjusted their expression and respectfully bowed. The woman smiled faintly and waved her hand. "There's no need to be so polite. Aren't things here a little bit too noisy?" Although there was no meaning of blame in her tone, Qian Hao and the others couldn't help blushing with embarrassment, all of them wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and hide. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and hesitantly asked, "Are you the Sect Master of Ice Sect?" "I am Ice Sect's Sect Master, Xianxia." The woman nodded lightly and smiled. The aura she radiated as pure as the surrounding glaciers, without the slightest impurities, giving anyone who saw her and heard her gentle voice a refreshed feeling. "Are you surnamed Yang?" The hostility on Yang Kai's face decreased significantly, and his expression became relaxed as he nodded slightly. "Are you the one Meng Wu you spoke of?" "Yes. You're even more impressive than he described. I didn't expect you would be able to find this place so quickly." Xianxia curled her lips slightly. "I also did not expect that Ice Sect's Sect Master would be so young and beautiful. I thought that Treasurer Meng's friend would be a white-haired old woman. Today has been an eye-opening experience." Yang Kai looked Xianxia up and down, a look of amazement on his face, his vision limpid, only offering sincere praise without the slightest obscene or offensive light. Do you think so? Xianxia seemed to be very happy, the smile on her face showing some faint traces of enjoyment. Glib-tongued brat. Xianyu pursed her lips and muttered to herself, really isn't a good thing. Treasurer Meng actually knows someone like you? It seems I've greatly underestimated him. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Xianxia giggled lightly. Even if it was obvious Yang Kai's praise had traces of intentional flattery, she was still delighted to receive it. Qian Hao and the other ice sect elders couldn't help feeling awkward in their hearts as they watched this exchange. They hadn't seen their sect master laugh so carefreely in a long time. None of them had expected this little brat from who knows where would actually be able to elicit such a response from their sect master. This little bastard must be an incorrigible womanizer. Otherwise, how could he have such a clear understanding of a woman's heart? The male saints all cursed in their hearts as they wore contemptuous expression upon their faces. Outside the ice mountains, Xianxia, Ice sect master, had silently appeared, but not only did she not show any dissatisfaction or hostility towards Yang Kai, she behaved in an amicable manner which made it difficult for Yang Kai to continue to make trouble. He had originally decided to thoroughly cut off relations with Ice Sect, run amok to vent his dissatisfaction, and then take Su Yan away. However, the attitude of the sect master Xianxia made him feel somewhat incapable of following through with his plans. If he were to continue to act standoffishly when the other side had greeted him with a warm smile, it really would be a bit unreasonable. You came looking for Su Yan? Meng Wuya mentioned you would. Xianxia continued in the same gentle tone. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I'll be honest with you. Su Yan has had an accident. Yang Kai's expression immediately became cold upon hearing this, prompting Xianxia to hurriedly say, but you can rest assured that her life is not in any danger. She has just entered a frozen state. A frozen state? Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Her present condition is the result of her own decisions. Of course, my ice sect also bears some responsibility. In any case, you will understand when you see her. It's not something a few words can explain clearly. Xianxia beckoned to Yang Kai. Sect master. Xianyu shouted hastily, obviously still wanting to prevent Yang Kai from meeting Su Yan. But she immediately shut her mouth after Xianxia shot her a single glance. Right, before that, can you take back the little insects from my ice sect disciples' knowledge seas? Since they were released by you, you should have a way to remove them, yes. Xianxia looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Please excuse me, before confirming my senior sister's condition. I am not prepared to take back those insects. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Right now, the soul-devouring insects which allowed him to control the fate of more than 200 ice sect disciples was the only bargaining chip he had. Although he felt Xianxia was a trustworthy person, one could never truly know what was in the heart of another person. If he were to take back his soul-devouring insects and the other party suddenly attacked him, facing a third-order saint, Yang Kai would have no ability to resist. You're certainly cautious enough. Xianxia shook her head. In that case, are you certain my ice sect's disciples won't have any issue? I already said that within half an hour, they won't be in any danger. Yang Kai replied flatly. Very well, you come with me first. Qian Yu, you come too. Qian Hao, you look after these disciples. Yes. The elders all respectfully replied. Qian Hao then turning to Yang Kai and coldly threatening. Little brat, don't play any tricks, or else I'll tidy you up. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. Xianxia flew forward and eventually brought Yang Kai in front of the ice mountain he felt Su Yan's aura coming from. With a wave of her jade-like hand, Xianxia revealed a hidden door in the side of the mountain. This door was carved from fine ice crystals and a mysterious energy flowed through it. If one looked closely, they could see faint traces of spirit array lines running across its surface which obviously isolated whatever was inside any divine sense trying to probe it. Once inside the ice mountain, a profound chill flooded towards Yang Kai from all directions, causing him to shiver slightly before he quickly circulated his true qi, expelling the cold qi from his body. Feeling the heat radiating from Yang Kai's body, Qian Yu showed an unhappy expression, her pretty face filling with a look of disgust. Everyone in Ice Sect cultivated ice attribute secret arts and martial skill, so they were greatly averse to the type of energy Yang Kai possessed. The interior of the ice mountain was crystal clear, and the path the trio walked along was lined with softly glowing crystals, creating an astonishingly beautiful sight and ambience. As they proceeded deeper into the mountain, Yang Kai's breathing gradually became heavy as he felt Su Yan's presence getting closer and closer. After walking for about half the time it would take to boil a cup of tea, the trio arrived in front of a large ice door, and Xianxia looked back at Yang Kai and said, "Su Yan is here, but you must promise me, after seeing her, don't get agitated." "I know." Yang Kai nodded faintly. Xianxia nodded in return and gently pushed open the door, revealing a large ice room, allowing Yang Kai to enter first before she followed behind with Xianxia. There was nothing in this ice room besides a large crystal bed carved of profound ice. Atop this ice bed lay Su Yan, her eyes closed and her body wrapped in a layer of ice, seemingly in a very deep sleep. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and flames of anger erupted in his heart, but he quickly suppressed these negative feelings and slowly walked toward the ice bed. Xianxia and Xianyu were both staring at him, the two of them quite surprised to find that this young man who only moments ago was acting so violently and treacherously, upon seeing Su Yan's face, actually wore such a gentle expression, the look in his eyes showing a deep care and affection. The expression on Yang Kai's face fluctuated rapidly between excitement, anxiety, anticipation, and concern as he slowly stepped forward. As he approached Su Yan's side, his expression gradually became calm. Arriving before the ice bed, staring down at the sleeping beauty in front of him, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a light smile. Lying atop the ice bed, Su Yan's vitality was strong, and there was no sign her life was in any danger. It was just that her whole body was wrapped in a strange layer of ice, seemingly frozen in place and unable to respond to the arrival of Yang Kai. Yang Kai extended his hand but was unable to touch her. Staring at her for a moment, Yang Kai noticed that Su Yan's look was calm, her hands resting lightly atop her flat belly. Obviously, she had been fully aware of what she was doing before she had been frozen in this ice and had not experienced any pain in the process. What was odd though was at the moment, Su Yan's true chi was still circulating, obviously her secret art was still operating, and at a significantly faster rate than normal. Knowing that Yang Kai's mental and emotional state were currently fluctuating, Xianxia and Xianyu both remained silent and did not bother him. Time passed by quickly, and while Xianxia's expression did not change, Xianyu's was beginning to show some signs of impatience. More than 200 ice sect disciples were still in a precarious state outside. If Yang Kai didn't take back his soul-devouring insects after the stated half an hour, these disciples would die. So Xianyu couldn't help urging him, "Boy, haven't you stared at her long enough? No matter how long you stand there, you can't wake her up. Not only is her body frozen, her consciousness is as well." Yang Kai simply glanced back at her coldly in response. Xianyu unconsciously shifted her eyes, seemingly feeling somewhat guilty. "Is this some kind of martial skill?" Yang Kai shifted his attention to Xianxia and asked. Xianxia nodded lightly. It is my ice sect's core inheritance martial skill, Frozen Body Sealed Heart. After displaying it, the body's true chi is condensed into a layer of ice that freezes the body and mind, causing all sensation of the outside world to be lost. If that's so, why is my senior sister's secret art still circulating? Yang Kai frowned. Xianxia smiled. Frozen Body Sealed Heart is an auxiliary cultivation technique. When one of my ice sect disciples uses this martial skill, they can force themselves into a deep meditative state which allows them to cultivate faster. Many disciples will use the Frozen Body Sealed Heart when they enter secluded retreat. Depending on how much true chi one uses when activating this martial skill, the longer they will remain in a frozen state of enlightenment. How long will my senior sister remain in this state? Yang Kai asked dimly. Xianxia's complexion became somewhat gloomy as she shook her head. I don't know, possibly several years, possible dozens of years, possibly forever. Su Yan's true chi has formed a kind of cycle that is constantly maintaining the technique. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he inquired, "Why did she freeze herself? What grievance or maltreatment did she receive in ice sect that forced her into this state?" Saying so, he glared angrily towards Xianyu. "Brat, what are you staring at me for? I want nothing but the best for her. How could I possibly mistreat her?" Qian Yu was a little annoyed. You shouldn't be too anxious, little boy. Elder Qian Yu never mistreated Su Yan. In fact, she wholeheartedly wanted to accept your senior sister as her disciple. Xianxia quickly consoled. I'm afraid she does not have such good fortune. Yang Kai genuinely loathed Qian Yu. This matter truly has something to do with Elder Qian Yu, though. Xianxia sighed softly. Su Yan becoming like this is partly her responsibility. Qian Yu's expression became pained as she said in a dispirited tone. I didn't anticipate this. I don't even know when she learned the frozen body-sealed heart. If I had only known earlier, I wouldn't have been so insistent. Ha! Saying so, she turned her eyes to Yang Kai and coldly said, Little brat, I do not deny my role in all of this, but everything I did to benefit her. I never had any intention to harm her. What exactly happened? Yang Kai's hostility did not decrease in the slightest. Although Qian Yu had said as much, that was, after all, only her side of the story. Ultimately, he had to understand what had transpired before making a judgment. Qian Yu, you explain. Xianxia rubbed her forehead lightly. Qian Yu nodded slightly and began narrating the matters that had occurred after Su Yan entered Ice Sect. 2 years ago, Meng Wuya had suddenly brought Xianing Chong and Su Yan to Ice Sect to see Sect Master Xianxia and entrusted the latter with Su Yan temporarily. Ice Sect secluded itself in this glacial world and generally did not allow outsiders into its territory. But Meng Wuya had some friendship with Xianxia, so after shamelessly using some soft and hard forms of persuasion, Xianxia eventually agreed to his request. After settling Su Yan here, Meng Wuya and Xianing Chong left. That old fogey said he was going to handle some kind of dangerous matter with his apprentice but didn't want to expose Su Yan to that danger, so he decided to secretly leave the latter here. It was only after he left that Su Yan learned the truth, but at that point she had no choice but to stay in Ice Sect. Qian Yu explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly. There was truly nothing wrong with Treasurer Meng's decisions. Him not telling Su Yan in advance he was leaving Ice Sect was because he knew Su Yan's personality. The latter would definitely try to follow him in order to help rather than stay behind in Ice Sect. And then, Yang Kai pressed. Sect Master handed Su Yan over to me to take care of. At first I thought nothing about her. When she first arrived here, her strength was not low but nothing remarkable. However, I soon discovered that she possessed an unparalleled aptitude. Her cultivation speed was nothing short of astonishing, and most importantly, her cultivation techniques lines up perfectly with my Ice Sect's secret arts and martial skills. Thinking back about it, that old fogey probably planned all of this out before bringing Su Yan to Ice Sect. Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly as he mused that Meng Wuya had definitely plotted for things to turn out this way. That old fart knew many powerful masters in Tongshan realm. Even Chu Ling Xiao and him were old friends. But despite that, he had specifically brought Su Yan here. Obviously, he did so because he knew that Ice Sect's heritage was the best for Su Yan. Meng Wuya acting so was his way of getting Ice Sect to cultivate Su Yan for free. If Yang Kai was in his place, he would have done the same. After seeing Su Yan's aptitude, Qian Yu gradually became more concerned about her and began testing her in various aspects of cultivation. But every martial skill and secret art of Ice Sect she gave her, Su Yan was immediately capable of comprehending. Qian Yu was greatly surprised and felt like she had picked up a rare treasure. Since then, she had been carefully teaching Su Yan, even opening up Ice Sect's restricted area, the Ice Cave, to allow her to cultivate at will. After some time, Qian Yu proposed to accept Su Yan as her direct disciple. But what surprised her was that Su Yan refused, disappointing her somewhat. However, because she so highly cherished Su Yan's aptitude, Qian Yu did not blame her and instead maintained her attentive attitude. For this, Su Yan was very grateful. So although the two were not officially master and disciple, they were as close as any junior and senior pair could be. That child's aptitude is incredible, and her physique is also quite special. I don't know what kind of opportunity she encountered, but her current constitution is very close to the legendary Ice Crystal Jade Body Special Constitution. Qian Yu said slowly, a trace of doubt soon appearing on her face. However, after consulting some ancient books, I found that her physique is not the Ice Crystal Jade Body. Yang Kai lightly snorted at this. He had left Su Yan so much myriad drug liquid and myriad drug milk, which the latter had taken religiously for many years. It would odd if her physique wasn't outstanding by now. Moreover, when she was alone, I often noticed she would be lost in thought, a happy smile that was normally difficult to see appearing on her face. Xianyu glared at Yang Kai coldly. It was as if she was reminiscing about someone or something. Yang Kai wore a smug grin hearing this. Xianyu pursed her lips and smiled as she quietly sized up Yang Kai, a few doubts crossing her mind, wondering just what kind of special place this little boy had that could so captivate Su Yan's heart. My ice sect disciples all cultivate ice attributes secret arts that require one's heart to be pure and free of desire in order to reach the grand accomplishment stage. This child, often revealing a lovesick expression, is the nothing less than a scourge you've forced upon her. Xianyu said angrily, a look of hatred filling her eyes as she glared at Yang Kai. Apparently she thought that he was a hindrance to Su Yan's future achievements. In response, Yang Kai spat disdainfully and ruthlessly countered. You old woman, what would you know of the wonders of female love? Why you? Xianyu's tender body trembling fiercely as she grit her teeth and her pretty face paled, her true chi surging up as if she couldn't want to slap Yang Kai to death in order to soothe the hatred in her heart. Silly child, haven't you said a bit too much? Xianyu gently rebuked Yang Kai. Yang Kai just impatiently waved. Fine, fine, go on. Xianyu bit her lip hard, her chest heaving up and down, seemingly quite enraged, her beautiful pupils flashing a hostile light that only calmed down after much comforting from Xianyu, eventually muttering under her breath, I'm not in the mood to say anything more. Yang Kai laughed victoriously before turning his attention to Xianyu. Ice Sect's sect master let out a light sigh before slowly continuing. I'll explain. Su Yan's aptitude was excellent, and the progress she showed was outstanding, causing Elder Xianyu to want to accept her as a disciple. After being rejected, though, nothing much changed. Xianyu thought that over time, if she displayed enough sincerity, one day Su Yan would be willing to officially join my ice sect as a disciple. Unfortunately, things did not progress smoothly. Xianyu frowned slightly. A year later, Elder Xianyu and I both discovered an issue with Su Yan. What issue? Yang Kai asked urgently. She seems to have cultivate more than one secret art. In her body, there is another secret art that coexists with her original ice attribute one. Xianyu slowly shook her head. If there was no such additional secret art and Su Yan only cultivated a pure ice attribute secret art, there would be no hidden danger, but that unknown secret art seemed to be hindering the progress of her core secret art, impeding her progress. Impeding? And, although there is no problem for the time being, if the situation is allowed to continue without being resolved, Su Yan's growth will not only stagnate, his strength could actually regress. Xianyu looked fixedly at Yang Kai. You and this child are senior sister and junior brother, and she obviously is quite enamored with you. Do you know what other secret art she is cultivating? I know. Yang Kai nodded. What secret art is it? Xianyu and Xianyu both asked. A dual cultivation secret art, Yang Kai said without reservation. The two women suddenly blushed and Xianyu loudly cursed. You bastard. You really are the culprit who harmed Su Yan. If not for you stealing her innocence, destroying her body's purity, how could she only have such achievements now? What the hell do you know? Yang Kai snapped back. Yang Kai was greatly dissatisfied with the fact that this woman was trying to push all the fault for this situation onto him. Since he began cultivating the joyous unification art together with Su Yan, not only had she not received any harm, instead she had benefited greatly. It was not an exaggeration to say that the joyous unification art was an indispensable factor in Yang Kai and Su Yan's rapid progress. A dual cultivation secret art? Xianyu frowned. How could you cultivate that kind of obscene secret art? Although dual cultivation secret arts can allow one's strength grow rapidly, in general, their foundations will become unstable as a result, and sooner or later, the hidden dangers left behind will hinder one's development. Nonsense. How is the love between a man and a woman something obscene? Isn't it just that your thinking is too conservative? Yang Kai glanced over at her. Moreover, whether Su Yan or I have unsteady foundations, you should be perfectly clear about. Xianyu's expression suddenly became pensive. Indeed, if they had really been practicing some kind of shoddy dual cultivation secret art, it would be impossible for Su Yan to have her current foundation and cultivation. With her current strength, the hidden dangers associated with such a technique should have long ago emerged. However, Su Yan was still near perfection in almost every aspect. As for the little boy in front of her, him being able to use his first-order transcendent cultivation to face off against a master like Qian Yu and not instantly lose was not something an ordinary talent could achieve. The only explanation then was that the dual cultivation technique the two of them had practiced was incredibly profound and not only didn't cause any harm, but instead brought them mutual benefits. There were indeed such secret arts in this world, but when one heard the words dual cultivation, their first thought would be of the detriments normally associated with using such a method. This was a preconceived notion, a type of bias that had come about due to the vast majority of such cultivation techniques really having these kinds of drawbacks. Let's set this matter aside for now. We have never studied any dual cultivation techniques after all, so we aren't in a position to debate their merits or detractors. Xianxia's face was still slightly red as she quickly changed the subject. In any case, when Elder Qian Yu discovered this issue, she hoped that Su Yan could abolish that unknown secret art and devote herself fully to her ice attribute secret arts. If she were to discard that secret art and instead cultivated my ice sect's highest grade secret art, it would only have benefits to her without any harm. My senior sister refused, right? Yang Kai stared at her coldly. Qian Yu and I didn't understand why she refused so stubbornly at the time, but now it seems that this secret art should be something that connects the two of you, making her unwilling to discard it. Xianxia sighed faintly. This child's passion is really unreasonable. It's a pity the object of her affection is so unworthy of her. Qian Yu took the chance to interject, her face filled with disdain. If you dare spout any more crap, I'll immediately kill all of your ice sect's 200 disciples. Yang Kai coldly glared at Qian Yu, the latter gnashing her teeth as she glared back, obviously unwilling to back down. Ignoring them, Xianxia simply continued. Elder Qian Yu advised her several times regarding this matter, but she never once agreed. So finally Elder Qian Yu wanted to force her to discard that secret art. But Su Yan seemed to be aware of this, and before Qian Yu could act, she preemptively used the ice body-sealed heart technique to freeze herself. Yang Kai grinned menacingly. So what you mean to say is, my senior sister becoming like this, is all because of this woman? As Yang Kai spoke, his true qi surged violently and a thick murderous intent began overflowing from him. Xianxia's expression changed and she hastily said, please try to remain calm, although I also think that Qian Yu's approach was not correct, wanting to force Su Yan without her consent. But her intentions were good. My ice sect's secret arts are not something just anyone can cultivate. What she thought was best for Su Yan just inadvertently harmed her. Such good intentions are really praiseworthy. On behalf of my senior sister, I thank you greatly. Yang Kai ground his teeth and coldly snorted, his voice filled with icy malice like the cries of a demon from the lowest depths of purgatory. Unexpectedly, Qian Yu did not offer any rebuttal to Yang Kai's sarcasm. Instead, just wearing a look filled with shame, her eyes flashing a pained light. If she had continued to be unrepentant even now, Yang Kai probably would have lost it and immediately attacked her. But upon seeing her regretful appearance, Yang Kai's murderous intent dissipated significantly. Although he found this woman abhorrent, it seemed like she really did care deeply about Su Yan. This alone was enough for Yang Kai to not pester her any further. Taking a deep breath and depressing his rampaging emotions, Yang Kai slowly said, how this situation came about, I now understand. Xianxia knit her brow and said softly, in fact, this is not necessarily a bad thing. The ice body-sealed heart technique is not harmful to Su Yan, and as long as she maintains this state, her cultivation will improve rapidly. When she next awakens, her strength will have noticeably increased. When she next awakens? Yang Kai sneered. When will she wake up? 10 years, 20 years, even longer. Xianxia and Qian Yu both stayed silent. Yang Kai's question was the crux of the matter, and they had no answer to give him. No ice sect disciple has ever used the ice body-sealed heart so thoroughly. Whether Su Yan would ever wake up was questionable. If they couldn't find a way to solve this issue, it was possible she would sleep forever. We have explained things to you as promised. Now about my ice sect's 200 disciples. Xianxia asked. As the sect master of Ice Sect, I guarantee you that as long as the danger to my disciples is relieved, no one will embarrass you again. Yang Kai stared at her deeply for a moment before nodding lightly. After walking outside with Xianxia and Xianyu, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and summoned back all the soul-devouring insects he had previously released, taking them back into his knowledge sea. The only exceptions were the two Ice Sect's Saint Realm Elders, who refused Yang Kai's assistance and instead returned to their own private residences to enter secluded retreat. The two of them were confident that using their own powerful cultivations and spiritual energy, they could purge these exotic ancient insects from their knowledge sea, which would allow them to avoid owing Yang Kai a favor. Qian Yu and the others then carefully examined the disciples and confirmed they were no longer in any danger before finally relaxing. For the past half a month, Yang Kai remained in Ice Sect, spending the entire time beside Su Yan's bedside. Meanwhile, in another ice room, Ice Sect's sect master and the four Saint Realm elders gathered together and were in the midst of a fierce argument. The four elders each had their own opinions and were vigorously debating their point while the sect master, Xianxia, sat silently upon her crystal ice chair. One of the Saint Realm masters who had previously had his knowledge sea invaded by Yang Kai's soul-devouring insects loudly shouted, "That boy is detrimental to us. We have no idea what kind of underhanded method he used to control those exotic ancient insects and ruthlessly attack our Ice Sect's disciples. We should expel such a vicious and cruel person as quickly as possible." The other Saint Realm Master who had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hand nodded in agreement. "That is my opinion as well." Saying so, they turned to look at Chen Hao and asked, "What do brother and sister Chen think?" "He must leave." Qian Hao hesitated for a moment before declaring, "Our Ice Sect is a pure land, yet he wantonly intruded and stirred up such a mess. Such a scourge cannot be allowed to remain." Qian Yu didn't say a word, but from the look on her face, it was obviously she wanted Yang Kai out of Ice Sect as soon as possible. "Sect Master." Qian Hao turned to look at Xianxia. "Isn't it time we asked him to leave? Him remaining in Ice Sect is highly improper." Xianxia smiled faintly. "Why are all of you so anxious to force him out?" Although his previous methods were indeed a bit too aggressive, from his perspective he had no other choice, and even though he did threaten us by taking advantage of our disciples, in the end, none of their souls were damaged and they only needed a few days of meditation to recover. "We cannot simply dismantle the bridge after crossing it." Her beautiful eyes then flashes before she continued, "Moreover, he came here to find his senior sister. But now Su Yan is in a deep sleep that we have no idea when or even if she will wake up. If we now insist on driving him away, I am afraid it will only provoke a violent response from him, possibly even leading to him releasing those exotic ancient insects again. Then what are we to do? Are we supposed to just allow him to stay in our Ice Sect indefinitely? We should just allow him to take Su Yan away," Qian Hao suggested. "When that old fogey came here, he said that if someone came to find Su Yan, we should not block or embarrass him. Why not just drop this matter and let him leave with Su Yan?" To this proposal, though, Qian Yu couldn't help frowning. "Big brother, with Su Yan in that state, I don't feel comfortable letting that little brat take her away." Although she hated Yang Kai, Qian Yu was still very fond of Su Yan. Naturally, she didn't want to do anything to endanger the latter further, and decisively shook her head. "I can't agree to that." "Good." Xianxia waved her hand. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. From what I've seen, that boy is someone who deeply treasures his personal relationships. As evidence, this entire time he has not left Su Yan's ice room. I'll go speak with him first to determine what he plans to do next. Perhaps he already plans to leave Ice Sect of his own accord." Hearing this, the four elder could only nod. The three male elders quickly left while Qian Yu stayed behind, quickly saying, "Sect Master, I'll accompany you." Xianxia gently nodded as the two of them got up and headed towards the ice mountain where Su Yan was. A short time later, the pair came to the ice room and knocked on the door gently. Although they received no response, Xianxia could feel some unusual energy fluctuations inside and couldn't help wrinkling her brow, pushing the door open in the next instant. At this moment, inside the ice room, not only was there a bone-chilling cold, but also a burning hot energy flowing about. Looking around for a moment, Xianxia couldn't help covering her mouth in shock. Both of Yang Kai's hands were actually placed on Su Yan's ice-covered body as his true qi madly surged. "You fool! What are you doing?" Xianyu shouted, immediately rushing forward, raising her hand as if to slap Yang Kai away. Yang Kai made no attempt to resist and instead simply turned his head to stare at her coldly. Xianyu's heart jumped when she saw this, her hand stopping only millimeters away from Yang Kai's body, grinding her teeth as she asked once more, "What are you doing?" "None of your damn business," Yang Kai snorted. Xianxia also hurried over and worriedly said, "Don't do this. You'll only injure Su Yan." "I know what I'm doing," Yang Kai said faintly. He was the one who least wanted to hurt Su Yan. Every time he tried something he did so with the utmost caution so there would be no unexpected accidents. "Are you trying to communicate with Su Yan?" Xianxia asked pensively. Yang Kai nodded. He and Su Yan both cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, and the joyous unification art had a total of 3 stages. At the first stage, the two of them needed physical intimacy in order to dual cultivate, but once they reached the second stage, there was no longer any need for physical contact. They only had to be within a certain proximity to each other in order to form a cycle with their 2 true qis, allowing them to purify and sublimate once another. Whether they were cultivating or fighting, this connected state was of great benefit to both Yang Kai and Su Yan. Currently, Su Yan's body was encased in a thick layer of ice, so obviously using the methods associated with the joyous unification art's first stage was impossible. This ice was condensed from the sum total of Su Yan's true qi. Yang Kai didn't want to break it lest it cause unwanted backlash to her. His only hope then was that by initiating the second stage's dual cultivation method, he could somehow communicate directly with Su Yan's unconscious mind. However, after trying for so long, he had not made any progress. Su Yan's true qi never responded to his own, and so the two were unable to blend together. "You don't need to plow the air. I don't know what kind of cultivation technique your dual cultivation secret art is, but the ice body sealed heart is one of my ice sect's most profound core inheritance martial skills. Once one displays it, they lose all sensation of the outside world. I doubt your dual cultivation technique is comparable to the ice body sealed heart," Xianyu calmly declared, as if to throw cold water onto Yang Kai's efforts. Yang Kai of course turned a deaf ear to her and simply wrinkled his brow. His efforts over the past half a month had yielded no results, so now it seems his only hope was to try to initiate the joyous unification art's third stage method. If even that didn't work, Yang Kai would have no choice but to give up and simply wait for Su Yan to wake up on her own. He did not feel it was worth the risk to forcibly wake Su Yan up now. The ice body sealed heart's frozen state wasn't harmful to Su Yan and was instead actually benefiting her, so there was no need to act recklessly at this stage. Yang Kai just wanted to be able to communicate with her and understand what she was thinking and feeling right now. After experiencing all of this, if Su Yan didn't want to stay in Ice Sect, Yang Kai would immediately take her away. On the other hand, if she told him she wished to remain, Yang Kai would respect her wishes. Ice Sect was a cultivation paradise for Su Yan, and despite Tong Xian realm being so vast, it was still difficult to find an environment so perfectly suited to her secret art. Seeing him sink into contemplation, Xianyu just coldly snorted and no longer tried to irritate him. Xianxia sighed softly and said, "Yang Kai, there is a saying that the haste makes waste. You should not be too anxious." Yang Kai smiled, looked up at her and asked, "Since this is your ice sect's martial skill, do you really have no way to lift it?" Xianxia shook her head helplessly. "Unless the one who used the technique voluntarily lifts it, there is no way for an outsider to interfere. It is precisely because the ice body sealed heart seals all consciousness it can provide such assistance to my ice sect disciples' cultivation." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Yang Kai, I have something to ask you." Xianxia's expression became somewhat awkward as she hesitantly spoke. "You want to ask when I'll be leaving?" Yang Kai revealed a playful smile, cutting directly to the point. Xianxia was slightly startled, not having expected this youth's mind to be so sharp, quickly saying, "I don't want to drive you away, but my ice sect usually does not accept outsiders. Su Yan is one thing, but your presence here really infringes on my ice sect's customs. Don't worry, I have no intention of remaining here much longer." This frozen environment suppresses my secret art quite severely after all. Yang Kai curled his lips, but for the time being I don't plan on going anywhere. I wish to retreat here for just a few more days, and I hope that no one will disturb me. Retreat here? Xianxia quickly picked up on his meaning and asked, "Do you want to try reaching out to Su Yan's consciousness still?" "Brat, I advise you to give up and leave," Xianxia said, making no attempt to hide her dislike of Yang Kai. No one can get in touch with someone who has displayed the ice body-sealed heart. Stop wasting your time. Just leave Su Yan here. Whether she chooses to enter my ice sect or not, I'll still take care of her. There's no need for you to interfere. There's no need for you to take care of her. Yang Kai glanced over coldly at Xianxia before turning to Xianxia again. "Sect Master, please accept this junior's request." "Very well," Xianxia nodded helplessly. "I will allow you to retreat for some time in my ice sect, but only this once. When you exit your seclusion, regardless of what Su Yan's condition is at that time, you will have to leave. Whether you take Su Yan with you when you go or leave her here, my ice sect won't interfere." "Many thanks, Sect Master Qian." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Xianxia was much easier to speak with than Xianxia. On top of that, she was young and beautiful with a voice that was both warm and gentle. Yang Kai simply couldn't imagine her being one of Treasurer Meng's old friends. Just imagining her and that perverted old man Meng Wuya standing together, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of pity, like watching a fresh flower being planted in cow dung. Thinking so, his expression became somewhat weird. Seeing Yang Kai's strange look, Xianxia wrinkled her brow but didn't ask anything, quickly taking Qianyu and leaving. After they left, Yang Kai took a deep breath and returned his gaze to the icy beauty sleeping in front of him, his eyes slowly softening. After watching her for a moment, Yang Kai closed his eyes and laid his hands on the ice covering Su Yan's body before fully releasing his divine sense. The joyous unification art's third stage, the union of heart and soul's ultimate method, was the blending of the two souls. In the past, Yang Kai and Su Yan had actually reached the union of heart and soul stage, but they had never actually tried to blend their souls in order to dual cultivate. But now, Yang Kai could only use this method to try and relate to Su Yan. While sitting directly in front of Su Yan, Yang Kai continuously called out to her with his divine sense, pouring his true qi into the thick layer of ice surrounding her body, quickly penetrating it and reaching her meridians. However, Su Yan remained completely unresponsive. Not only was there no physical response from her, even her consciousness showed no reaction at all. At this moment, she seemed like a sleeping ice doll. Yang Kai wasn't discouraged though and continued again and again to try to contact Su Yan using this method. He believed that the deep bond between Su Yan and himself had a high chance of overcoming the impediment of the ice body-sealed heart and allowing their consciousness to resonate with one another. Time flew by and Ice Sect was restored to its original tranquil state. Although the Saint Realm elders could clearly feel a hint of blazing hot aura emanating from a certain ice mountain, under the strict orders of Xianxia, no one went to disturb that place. 10 days, 1 month, 2 months. The burning aura never once subsided, only flaring up from time to time before returning to a steady state. Although the various saints did not have a good impression of Yang Kai, the perseverance he showed still impressed them somewhat. From time to time, Xianxia and Qianyu would stare in the direction of the ice mountain Su Yan slept within and sigh. Inside the ice room of the ice mountain, Yang Kai acted as if he was possessed, repeating the same movements and motions over and over again, sending his true qi and divine sense unceasingly towards Su Yan. At first he didn't receive any response, but over time, he gradually felt some unusual fluctuations which seemed to be weak threads of divine sense that seemingly wanted to respond to him but were unable to form a coherent message. When he realized this, Yang Kai was ecstatic and immediately redoubled his efforts. He lost all track of time and only felt a deep sense of exhaustion. Suddenly, divine sense felt as if it had sunk into a dark, bottomless abyss and become lost. A bone-chilling cold seeped into his soul, and Yang Kai couldn't help opening his eyes and gazing around, but everywhere he looked, there was nothing but darkness. The only clear sensation he had was the profound cold that seemed to grip his heart. This strange, empty place exuded a feeling of solitude and loneliness, but amidst that, Yang Kai faintly heard someone calling out to him. His heart trembling, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this was Su Yan's spiritual world. Having displayed the ice body-sealed heart, Su Yan was sealed, so her spiritual world being a void was understandable. However, there was still a tiny part of her subconscious that was trying to respond to Yang Kai, but like it had fallen into a nightmare, couldn't break free from this dark prison. Yang Kai frantically searched for the source of the voice calling out to him, his feet never stopping, but the path he traveled seemed to be without end. Releasing his divine sense as far as he could, Yang Kai explored this dark space while spreading his presence all around. Eventually, from a certain place, Yang Kai received some unusual feedback and paused in place, closing his eyes and carefully examining it. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes and a light blossomed in the darkness in front of him. Yang Kai smiled happily and his soul avatar quickly sprinting towards the light. As he approached it, he felt a familiar aura radiating from it. It was Su Yan's spiritual energy. The light grew brighter and brighter until eventually Yang Kai passed through it and the endless darkness that had surrounded him gave way a bright landscape. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help gawking slightly, because the place he found himself in was very familiar. High Heaven Pavilion. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai quickly found the small house he used to live in, the room Su Yan had stayed in, the contribution hall treasurer Meng used to tend to, and many other familiar buildings. Even the various paths and plants were exactly as he remembered them. The only difference from the High Heaven Pavilion Yang Kai knew was that this one was devoid of people. It was incredibly peaceful, with ice and snow everywhere. This was Su Yan's true spiritual world. Everything here appeared in accordance with her will, similar to how inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the five-colored soul-warming lotus had transformed into a five-colored island. Su Yan's spiritual world taking on the appearance of High Heaven Pavilion most likely meant that she missed the time she had spent back in the sect and had subconsciously arranged her spiritual world to reflect it. This scene wasn't something Su Yan had deliberately created. Yang Kai clearly understood this. Unfortunately, even after arriving here, Yang Kai still didn't notice any trace of Su Yan. Standing in place and thinking about it, Yang Kai soon realized where Su Yan was and smiled. His soul avatar quickly set off along a path he had not traveled in a long time, passing through various places in the sect until he reached the Coiling Dragon Stream. At the edge of the Coiling Dragon Stream, there were still a few fruit trees that swayed in the wind, a number of red fruits hanging from their branches. These fruit trees had been planted by Yang Kai many years ago and had actually been destroyed when the demon lord escaped from his prison. But now they had actually reappeared in Su Yan's spiritual world. Standing beneath the fruit trees, Yang Kai reminisced silently for a moment before leaping down into the chasm. Falling a short distance, Yang Kai quickly came to a stop before shooting into a small cave in the side of the Coiling Dragon Stream. This was Yang Kai's secluded home. When he had been young and weak, it had taken him a lot of work to carve out this secluded cave with his minuscule true chi. The secluded cave was not big and only had 2 rooms. The outside one was where Yang Kai had usually meditated, while the inner one had a stone bed where he had slept. His little senior sister, Xianxia, had often slept atop this stone bed too. Passing through the outer room and arriving at the inner one, Yang Kai saw a familiar figure lying down atop the stone bed. Even inside her spiritual world, Su Yan was sleeping. Apparently after displaying ice body-sealed heart, even her soul had been put into a deep sleep. If it had not been, she would have long ago responded to Yang Kai's presence. Slowly walking over, Yang Kai stopped at the stone bed's side and squatted down, gazing at the sleeping beauty in front of him, his face filled with tender affection. Sensing the arrival of an outsider, Su Yan's eyelashes fluttered lightly and her brow furrowed gently. Finally, a moment later, her mouth curled into a faint smile. Su Yan's eyes suddenly opened and she gazed towards Yang Kai, who was kneeling down next to her bedside. Yang Kai froze in place. When their 4 eyes suddenly met, all of Yang Kai's thoughts came to a halt. Su Yan pursed her lips and giggled lightly at this sight. As she smiled, the chill in the air quickly began to dissipate. Su Yan, you? Yang Kai stared dumbfounded. Without permission, forcefully breaking into another's knowledge sea. Junior brother, your courage is not small. Su Yan gently rebuked Yang Kai, a slight teasing meaning in her tone. How did you wake up? Yang Kai asked excitedly. Didn't you display the ice body-sealed heart? Su Yan sat up slowly and smiled. But when I did so, I also put in place a special seal. What kind of seal? Yang Kai asked. A seal to alert me. If your divine sense entered my knowledge sea, it would automatically awaken my consciousness. Awaken your consciousness? Yang Kai frowned. Su Yan gently nodded. Only my soul and consciousness is awake. My body is still in the ice body-sealed heart's frozen state. I believe this is something even Elder Qian you didn't know. Su Yan had thoroughly comprehended the ice body-sealed heart technique, while Qian Yu only thought Su Yan had a superficial understanding of it and was unaware that the latter could manipulate it to such an extent. Why did you do this? Yang Kai asked in confusion. I can cultivate faster in this state? Su Yan looked over Yang Kai gently. You become stronger so quickly if I don't cultivate diligently. Wouldn't I end up being a burden to you? Yang Kai laughed in spite of trying not to after understanding Su Yan's motivations for taking such extreme measures. What if someone else had broken into your knowledge sea? Yang Kai suddenly thought of a terrible possibility. Su Yan was in a deep sleep in the material world and knew nothing of the outside. If someone had harbored ill intentions towards her, there would be nothing she could do to resist. No one else could achieve this, only you could. Although, perhaps some extremely powerful master would be capable of breaking my knowledge sea's defenses. But if that were to happen, I could only go all out with them so as not to let them take advantage of me. Su Yan declared firmly. You're deliberately making trouble. Yang Kai grumbled, unable to stop himself from chiding her. Su Yan ignored his protest and instead extended her hand to stroke his cheek, softly comforting. It seems you've endured a lot of hardship. Yang Kai slowly shook his head in response. I haven't endured any hardship, in fact. Many have taken good care of me all this time. If so, then that's good. How much time has passed on the outside? Since you fell asleep, it's only been about a year. A year? You arrived here quite quickly. Su Yan's face was filled with a sweet and happy smile. So senior sister should reward me for my efforts. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. What kind of reward do you want? What do you think? Su Yan blushed bright red from her neck to her face, and her pair of beautiful eyes began to spin slightly. We've never tried the Joyous Unification Art's third-stage cultivation method. Yang Kai stared at Su Yan, a burning aggression filling his eyes. Junior brother. Su Yan couldn't help feeling shy. The third stage's cultivation method was the blending of their souls. Su Yan naturally understood this, and although she had already come to accept her husband and wife relationship with Yang Kai, she still felt somewhat nervous about blending their souls. Blended souls meant that all of their secrets would be known to one another. There would be nothing left to conceal. Su Yan. Yang Kai unceremoniously grabbed Su Yan's jade-like hand and caressed it, his eyes gleaming like a starved wolf that had at last found its prey. Su Yan put up some symbolic resistance, but she never once tried to break away, biting her thin red lips as she sat atop the stone bed silently, her face a deep shade of crimson. Seeing her appearance, Yang Kai no longer had any scruples, pouncing upon her and pushing her down onto the stone bed. His hands wandering all over Su Yan's heavenly body, the victorious grin of a conqueror plastered all over his face. The blending of souls was something Yang Kai had only heard rumors and never attempted, but it was said that the pleasure one felt from such a union was far greater than a purely physical one, and once you tried it, it was impossible to not become addicted. Let's start, Yang Kai declared seriously. Su Yan nodded lightly. At the same time, the two of them began to circulate the Joyous Unification Art, and in the next instant, their two soul avatars transformed into dazzling bursts of light that flooded the stone room with a brilliant radiance. The two glowing lights began entangling with one another, chasing and blending with one another as they slowly merged into a single entity, a glorious sound resounding between the heavens and earth as they did so. Yang Kai felt as if he was drunk, drowning in the sweetest nectar one could imagine, almost unable to extricate himself. The comfort and joy he felt from the very core of his being blew away all his thoughts, and all he wanted to do was indulge in this indescribable sensation. Although there was no intimate contact between their flesh, the please the two of them received was every bit as overwhelming as the legends described. Yang Kai could feel Su Yan's soul wrapping around his own, and every time they blended together, a new surge of joy would overcome them, leaving both of them somewhat incapable of controlling themselves. The two of them had completely opened their souls to each other, but neither of them bothered to spy on the other's secrets, simply allowing their emotions and consciousnesses to freely flow between them. Anyone who experienced this blending of souls would be completely taken in by this overwhelming sensation that was completely detached from the pleasures of the flesh. As their two souls blended, both Su Yan and Yang Kai's soul were slowly undergoing some subtle changes. The yin-yang joyous unification art's dual cultivation methods not only allowed a man and woman's true qis to blend together, thus purifying and enhancing one another, it even allowed their divine senses to do so as well. Su Yan felt a rush of spiritual energy and profound enlightenment flood her soul as she entangled with Yang Kai. Yang Kai's thoughts and insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao were being shared with her. Su Yan didn't dare to resist, open her heart and mind to accept all of it, imprinting these valuable treasures onto her very soul. Yang Kai's soul also benefited greatly in this process. Although Su Yan's sentiments and insights weren't of much use to him, as the two of them continued to dual cultivate, he could clearly feel his soul becoming stronger and his purity of his spiritual energy increase. Inside the ice room, the pair's souls blended as the true qi inside their bodies burst out involuntarily, harmonizing with one another, flowing together as they circulated their yin-yang joyous unification art. With each cycle the pair completed, their true qi would become all the more pure. The benefits Su Yang and Yang Kai gained from this time's dual cultivation were simply unimaginable. Suddenly, behind Yang Kai, the phantom image of a dragon appeared while simultaneously a phoenix phantom similarly emerged from Su Yan's body. The two phantoms absorbed the true qi the pair were releasing and rapidly grew in size, a moment later filling the entire ice room. A resounding dragon's roar rang out along with a piercing phoenix cry. The two sounds echoed throughout the ice mountains, causing the entire glacial region to tremble as snow and ice were blasted out. With a great bang, two completely opposite energies shot out of one of the ice mountains and rushed into the sky. Everyone in Ice Sect, from Sect Master Xianxia down to the common disciples, were greatly alarmed by this sudden development, all of them rushing out of their secluded rooms to see just what had happened. Xianxia was also shocked. She had been quietly meditating in her own private ice cave when she all of a sudden felt the two unusual energy fluctuations. Naturally, she rushed outside to investigate the situation. Glancing around, she quickly discovered the other three elders of Ice Sect standing mid-air, staring up into the sky with dignified expressions. Even Sect Master Xianxia's pretty face wore a solemn look. Sect Master! Xianxia hurriedly approached them and shouted, but did not receive any response. Turning her gaze in the direction they were looking for, Xianxia's beautiful eyes shot open. Floating high up in the sky was a dragon more than 100 meters in length, a flaming aura pulsing from its body as it swayed back and forth, a magnificent and bizarre scene to behold. In addition to the dragon, there was a similarly enormous ice phoenix, seemingly carved from the most beautiful crystal, flapping its wings gently as if flew out. The dragon and phoenix chased after one another playfully, both of them releasing a colossal momentum that weighed heavy on all who saw them. From the dragon and the phoenix, everyone felt a blistering heat and a profound chill respectively. These two extreme auras couldn't be ignored by anyone present. What shocked Xianxia and the others the most though was that the two auras pulsing from the golden dragon and ice phoenix were familiar to them. Naturally, they were the auras of Yang Kai and Su Yan. As all of them stood there in shock, the dragon and phoenix who were chasing one another around suddenly came to a halt, turned around, and flew straight towards Xianxia and the Ice Sect elders. The several Saint Realm elders all trembled slightly and silently began condensing their true qi. The golden dragon and ice phoenix flew to within a few meters of these five saints before coming to a stop, the dragon in front with the phoenix one step behind, the two of them leaning towards one another intimately, just like a couple. The golden dragon's two giant eyes then turned to stare at Xianxia and the other saints fixedly, a distinctly human light flashing across them. Being stared at like this made each of the ice sect elders somewhat nervous. For some inexplicable reason, this gaze made them feel small and weak, as if they were at the opposite party's mercy. Especially Xianxia, she felt that the golden dragon's gaze contained a thick meaning of warning when it landed on her. Xianxia frowned and quickly circulated her true qi to resist the oppression emanating from the dragon and phoenix before hesitantly asking, "Yang Kai?" The eyes of the golden dragon flickered slightly before turning away, soaring off into the distance together with the ice phoenix. With another great dragon roar and phoenix cry, the golden dragon and ice phoenix flew away and quickly disappeared across the horizon. It wasn't until after they confirmed the two giant phantoms had left that the members of Ice Sect finally breathed a sigh of relief, each of them only then aware of the cold sweat drenching their backs. Staring off in the direction the dragon and phoenix disappeared, Xianxia pondered thoughtfully. She indistinctly felt that they weren't really leaving but instead were simply going out to play amongst the glacial world. Sure enough, a moment later, she heard a gentle rumbling off in the distance. Apparently that dragon and the phoenix pair were frolicking somewhere nearby. Shaking her head somewhat helplessly, Xianxia turned to the other Ice Sect elders, waved and smiled gently. "Everything is all right, go back." Sect Master, was the golden dragon that little brat? Chen Hao frowned and asked indefinitely. The dragon and phoenix had originally appeared in the sky above the ice mountain where Yang Kai and Su Yan were located. But how could two juniors create such a huge momentum? Most likely, Xianxia smiled. "They'll come back soon." "They're coming back?" Chen Hao's expression stiffened slightly. "Didn't you notice? The souls and consciousness of those two children were blended together with that dragon and phoenix while their true qi was what comprised those giant bodies, which means their true bodies are still here in Ice Sect. How can they not come back? Does that mean he managed to awaken Su Yan?" Chen Yu asked hurriedly, a hint of joy in her voice. "I don't know, we'll have to wait until they come back to ask." Xianxia smiled gently. "That rotten brat, he's too much. Making such a fuss. Was he trying to warn me and Ice Sect to not mistreat Su Yan?" Chen Yu ground her teeth as she thought back on the meaningful glare the golden dragon had directed specifically towards her. But Sect Master, with the cultivation of those two, how could they possess enough true qi to create such grand and dense phantoms? Chen Hao asked with a puzzled expression. If what Xianxia said was true, then the giant dragon and phoenix avatars had been forged from Yang Kai and Su Yan's true qi. But how could two first-order transcendents possibly store enough true qi in their bodies to create phantom forms that could even cause Saint Realm masters like them to feel pressure? Su Yan cultivated a profound ice attribute secret art, so if there wasn't enough true qi in her body, she could probably use the ambient ice attribute energy to supplement her consumption. But how did Yang Kai do it? Unable to understand, Chen Hao could only shake his head. Off in the distance, the dragon and phoenix phantoms continued their game of tag while Yang Kai and Su Yan's consciousnesses constantly communicated. Before now, when they dual cultivated, there would often be times when the dragon and phoenix tattoos on their bodies would come alive and swim across their skin. But Yang Kai and Su Yan had never imagined that their souls could actually assume the form of a dragon and phoenix. But this time, because the two of them advanced to the point where their souls blended together, they managed to achieve this feat also. Because of this phenomenon, the two of them made an unintentional discovery. At the moment their souls assumed this form, Yang Kai and Su Yan realized that the dragon and phoenix tattoos on their backs weren't just tattoos, but were separate entities that contained a massive amount of energy, far more than they themselves actually possessed, and could even allow them to transform into their current, extremely powerful soul skill form. Yang Kai deliberately making a display in front of Ice Sect's elders was indeed for the reason Xian Yu had guessed. He wanted to warn Ice Sect not to meddle in Su Yan's affairs in the future, lest they bring about consequences they couldn't afford. Regarding this, Su Yan seemed to be somewhat unwilling, and even softly rebuked Yang Kai, saying he shouldn't act like that. While the two flew across the snowy landscape, they continued communicating with one another. In their current dragon and the phoenix incarnations, the entire world appeared quite different. It was as if they were two sovereigns reigning over this world, a mysterious feeling that allowed their states of mind to undergo a kind of profound sublimation. Some time later, Xianxia suddenly came to a stop above one of the many icebergs. He felt that there was something inside this iceberg that contained a great amount of energy. Under normal circumstances, even with his greatly strengthened divine sense, it would have been impossible for Xianxia to have discovered this. But right now, with his soul blended together with the golden dragon, his senses had become particularly sharp. Su Yan had apparently also noticed this anomaly and had stopped next to Xianxia, communicating to him with her soul. I heard that these ancient icebergs can sometimes produce ice attribute precious treasures. Sect Master and Elders Qian, how in Qian you have found some such treasures in the past. Perhaps this iceberg contains one such precious treasure. What do you think it is? Xianxia asked. Frozen ice jade crystal, a saint-grade material. It is of great use to anyone who cultivates an ice attribute secret art. Xianxia's spirit was roused hearing this. We'll find out once we obtain it. As he spoke, a golden light shot out from his golden dragon avatar towards the iceberg, emitting a scorching heat that seemed capable of melting anything in its path. The iceberg shook violently and the incredibly ancient ice which it was comprised of cracked, soon appearing like a great spider web which spread across the entire surface. Although the iceberg was damaged, the ice it was comprised of had withstood thousands of years of time and was much stronger than Xianxia had imagined, not collapsing. Su Yan said nothing and simply stood beside Xianxia, their four eyes meeting briefly, the two of them immediately understanding the intentions of the other. In the next moment, the two of them took action together, the golden dragon and ice phoenix both shooting forward like bolts of lightning. The two of them acting as one unleashed a destructive force several times greater than what Xianxia alone had just produced. Without so much as a single sound, Xianxia and Su Yan passed through the iceberg and emerged on the other side. After a brief moment of silence, a great rumbling rang out and the giant iceberg collapsed. At the same time the iceberg was broken, the energy fluctuations that Xianxia felt before became much clearer. However, before he could look for it, he felt the scene before his eyes sway and a deep sense of exhaustion overcame his soul. Not only did Xianxia experience this sense of fatigue, Su Yan did too, their golden dragon and ice phoenix forms fading significantly, as if they were on the verge of collapse. Junior brother, I'm quite tired. Let's go back first, Xianxia said hurriedly. This was the first time the two of them had merged their souls into these dragon and phoenix bodies, so it was inevitable they could not remain in this form for long. At this time, they had to hurry to return to their real bodies and recuperate so as to avoid damaging their souls. Hearing this, Su Yan nodded gently and together with Xianxia quickly returned the way they came. After only a brief moment of peace, Ice Sect once again welcomed a great commotion as the two huge energy fluctuations which had just left approached once more. Soon after, the giant golden dragon Ice Phoenix appeared in the sky above Ice Sect briefly before disappearing into one of the ice mountains. Looking at where the pair disappeared, Xianxia shook her head and smiled bitterly. It really was those two children. Qianyu, come with me. Let's go see them. Qianyu quickly nodded. Back inside the ice room, Xianxia and Su Yan's souls returned to their respective bodies, and Su Yan once again entered into a deep sleep. Having spoken at length with Su Yan, Xianxia finally put down the burden weighing on his heart. Apparently she would remain in the ice body-sealed heart's frozen state until she broke through the next minor realm, that is, until she became a second-order transcendent, after which she would automatically wake up. This was something she had set up in advance before she entered her deep sleep. After knowing the truth, Xianxia was no longer worried and also didn't intend to take Su Yan away from Ice Sect. The environment here truly was very suitable for her cultivation, so leaving her here would benefit her more. Moreover, Ice Sect's Sect Master Xianxia and Elder Qian, you really were quite good to her. Although Xianxia held a small grudge against Qianyu. Also, after Su Yan put in many good words for Qianyu, Xianxia decided to no longer hold it against that woman. After carefully cultivating for a short time, the exhaustion Xianxia felt from his soul gradually faded. Sensing two familiar auras outside the ice room, Xianxia got up and opened the door. Sure enough, Xianxia and Qianyu were standing outside. After seeing Xianxia, The two women's beautiful eyes flashed a slightly complex light. Did Su Yen wake up? Xianyu took a look around and asked somewhat hurriedly. She did wake up for a while, but she's fallen asleep again, Yang Kai explained lightly. Xianyu turned her eyes towards Yang Kai and her brow wrinkled slightly. She found that this little brat no longer displayed much hostility towards her and couldn't help wondering what had happened. Did you have a good talk with her? Xianxia asked softly. Yang Kai gently nodded. I did. So what did the two of you decide? Su Yen wants to stay here, so I must ask several seniors to take care of her. Xianxia smiled gently and nodded. Don't worry. Although Ice Sect does not accept outsiders, but even just considering Meng Wuya's face, I wouldn't treat her poorly. Many thanks, Sect Mazer Qing, Yang Kai said. Good. I never thought someone could actually awaken another who had performed the ice body-sealed heart. You've really surprised me. I suppose that also proves that the relationship between you and Su Yen is not ordinary. Qingya's pretty face showed a hint of admiration. Yang Kai smiled and didn't explain any further. Although part of the reason he had succeeded was his own efforts, the most fundamental reason was that Su Yen had made early preparations. If it weren't for her setting it up so, Yang Kai figured he would never have been able to contact her soul, much less break into her spiritual world. I have something to ask you now, Qingya suddenly said with a serious face. Seeing her solemn expression, Yang Kai couldn't help nodding. What does Sect Master Qing want to know? What kind of dual cultivation secret art do you and Su Yen cultivate? Why do you ask? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit strange. Ice Sect's disciples cultivated ice attribute secret arts which stressed maintaining one's purity, almost the exact opposite of dual cultivation. So Yang Kai didn't understand why Qingya suddenly became interested in this. Even if she knew what secret art Su Yen and Yang Kai were cultivating, and Yang Kai taught it to her, she didn't have a partner with which to practice it, so there would be no point. No need to be so vigilant. I'm not trying to inquire about your secret art, but there is something about it that bothers me. Qingya frowned slightly, sinking into contemplation for a moment before slowly continuing. A long time ago, Tongxian realm had a number of famous forces. Oh? What was so famous about them? They were forces powerful enough to shake the realm. Qingya quickly said. These forces were the strongest in Tongxian realm. When they reigned, the demon race and monster race didn't dare act arrogantly. During that era, most of the demon land and monster domain actually belonged to our human territory. There were such forces? Yang Kai was extremely surprised. Qingya nodded lightly. It's just that at some point, something happened, and all of these powerful forces suffered grave losses, some of them even losing their core inheritances. With their foundations crippled, these great forces inevitably declined and gradually became weak. Of course, such powerful forces, even after suffering sharp declines in strength, did not necessarily disappear, most of them still surviving until today just in a weakened state. Yang Kai expression changed. Is Ice Sect one of those forces? Qingya was slightly surprised by his sharp insight but quickly smiled and nodded. My Ice Sect is indeed one of those forces. At the height of its power, my Ice Sect had tens of thousands of disciples and occupied a vast territory. But after experiencing that disaster, my Ice Sect's surviving ancestors moved the sect to this place to live a life of seclusion, isolated from the outside world. Yang Kai was thoroughly shocked. What kind of cataclysm happened to cause so many great forces to suddenly collapse? Qingya shook her head. I don't know. It happened so long ago that no clear records remain of that event. Why is Sect Master Qing telling me all this? Yang Kai wondered. This kind of ancient history didn't seem to have anything to do with him. Because I remember one of those ancient great forces seemed to practice a very profound kind of dual cultivation secret art, and the top masters of that force were known as the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. These two masters cultivated their force's most core inheritance, and it was said that when they joined forces to fight, they were nearly invincible. Also, when they fought, they could assume the form of a great dragon and phoenix. Saying so, Qingya stared fixedly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's look changed greatly. Sect Master Qing's meaning is, Qingya smiled softly. I am just speculating and am not certain. but ordinary dual cultivation secret arts are detrimental. Those who cultivate them in general have impure true qi and very rarely possess noteworthy accomplishments. But you and Su Yan are different. The dual cultivation technique the two of you cultivate is obviously extraordinary. And after witnessing the grand vision you showed earlier today, I could not help wondering if that legendary force has something to do with you. I don't know. Yang Kai's expression became awkward. Xianxia looked at him with a smile and didn't ask any more. Regarding such matters, she only intended to inform Yang Kai of her thoughts. If she were to continue asking him questions, it would be akin to prying into his secrets, a taboo amongst cultivators. Sect Master Qing, do you remember what that force is called? If I recall correctly, it seems to have been called Dragon Phoenix Heaven. It should still exist even now. If you search for it, it should not be difficult to find them. Yang Kai nodded lightly, pondering for a moment before suddenly remembering something, asking curiously, "Wait, Sect Master Qing, I heard that long ago. The first master under heaven was the demon race's great demon god? How could there be so many human race sects dominating Tongxian realm then?" Xianxia giggled lightly as his question. The great demon god is also a character out of legend, but his time was actually further into the past. The era I spoke to you about came after the great demon god disappeared. So it's like that? Yang Kai nodded, a few speculations arising in his heart. With the disappearance of the great demon god and the ancient demon clan being sealed away, the demon race would have been severely weakened and would obviously not be the human race's opponent. Tongxian realm's history was long and rich in legends. Obviously a few different eras and rulers had come and gone. Sect Master Qing, I'll be going out for a bit to run a small errand. I'll leave Ice Sect shortly after I get back from it. Yang Kai informed Xianxia before leaving the ice room. Looking at his disappearing back, Xianxia slowly shook her head. I wasn't trying to chase you away just now. The sooner he's gone the better. Xianxia grumbled under her breath before turning around and rushing into the ice room to check up on Su Yan's condition, only feeling relieved after she confirmed that the latter was in a stable state. Inside the ice, Su Yan wore a happy smile. Yang Kai rushed forward, following the route he had taken together with Su Yan just before, heading towards the location of the destroyed iceberg. Half a day later, the collapsed iceberg finally came into view. Without even having to release his divine sense, Yang Kai could clearly feel a powerful energy fluctuation coming from beneath the rubble. Smiling happily, Yang Kai rushed over to it. A short time later, after breaking through some layers of ice, Yang Kai found a Longan-sized crystal-clear gem. The energy fluctuations were being emitted from this ice crystal. Was this the frozen ice jade crystal that Su Yan had mentioned? Yang Kai pinched it between his fingers as he examined it, soon discovering that the energy contained within this small crystal was actually extraordinarily pure and rich. What made his feel strange, though, was that at this thing's core, there seemed to be a thick, transparent liquid. This liquid exuded a chill so profound that Yang Kai's divine sense was nearly frozen by it when he tried to probe it. Yang Kai felt somewhat amazed at this. His divine sense was by no means ordinary, having evolved into a conflagrated divine sense. But even so, he couldn't withstand the cold energy contained within this tiny ice crystal. Giving up on trying to probing it further, Yang Kai stored the ice crystal into his black book space. When he was preparing to return to Ice Sect, though, something nearby caught his attention, and upon investigating, he couldn't help feeling shocked. Buried in the ice, there was actually a jet black skeleton. On this skeleton's bones there were many vein patterns that resembled meridians, but there was not a trace of flesh. It was a truly ominous image. Could it be some disciple of Ice Sect encountered an accident here? Yang Kai wondered in his heart. This iceberg had produced a suspected piece of frozen ice jade crystal, so perhaps someone had been here before treasure hunting only to end up being frozen here after suffering some kind of disaster. However, what made Yang Kai somewhat uncertain was that this person's meridians had remained, yet their flesh had not. Yang Kai very much wanted to ignore the situation, but after thinking about it for a moment, he reached out and extracted the black skeleton from the ice before hefting it over his shoulder and flying back to Ice Sect. Regardless of anything else, Su Yan would be in the care of Xianxia and Ice Sect for the foreseeable future. If this person really was an Ice Sect disciple, The least Yang Kai could do was take him back to Ice Sect so he could be properly buried. One day after he left, Yang Kai returned to Ice Sect. Upon arriving at the Ice Mountain Range, Yang Kai was met by Ice Sect's elder Xianxia. The middle-aged man frowned slightly as he stared coldly at Yang Kai, inquiring in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, "Boy, why are you still in my Ice Sect? I'll be leaving shortly." Yang Kai didn't have a good impression on Xianxia either, so he simply tossed over the skeleton from his shoulder and bluntly stated, "By the way, I found someone who might have been your Ice Sect's disciple out there. It looks like they suffered some kind of accident." Xianxia frowned hearing this and took a look. In the next instant, his expression changing dramatically, his eyes quivering fiercely, seemingly having seen something terrifying, immediately dropping the frozen skeleton from his hands towards the icy ground below. Honk! The frozen skeleton hit the ice with a loud bang, causing Yang Kai, who was still standing mid-air, to frown towards Xianxia, wondering why this second-order saint was showing such a frightened expression. Floating over Ice Sect, Xianxia's look changed and became especially complicated. Yang Kai stood by and watched, frowning deeply as he did. "Boy, where did you find this thing?" Suddenly, Xianxia looked up and solemnly asked Yang Kai. "About half a day away from this place, inside an iceberg." Yang Kai replied casually, "Why, what's wrong?" Xianxia didn't answer, his expression instead becoming even more dignified. Suddenly, he turned around and let out a loud shout, a clear meaning of warning apparent in his tone. Yang Kai's gaze flickered as he realized he had probably made some kind of mistake in judgment and had inadvertently struck upon one of Ice Sect's secrets. Whose frozen bones were these? Why did Xianxia look like he had seen a fierce enemy the moment he laid eyes upon it? Yang Kai wondered as he locked his divine sense onto the black skeleton, but was unable to notice anything unusual. Hearing Xianxia's shout, Ice Sect immediately became active, the Transcendent Realm and Above Masters quickly appearing, following the lead of Sect Master Xianxia. "What happened?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. If it wasn't an extremely important matter, Xianxia would never have issued such an alarm. So Xianxia immediately realized a serious problem had occurred. "Come with me," Xianxia said, quickly flying down as he quietly circulated his true qi, ready to act at a moment's notice. Yang Kai's expression dimmed as he quickly followed after the masters of Ice Sect. Down on the ground, the Ice Sect masters tightly surrounded the frozen black skeleton, many of them frowning suspiciously. Obviously many here also just as lost about it as Yang Kai was. But when Xianxia and the other Saint Realm elders saw these jet-black bones, all of them went pale. "All of you fall back," Xianxia quickly ordered. The Transcendent Realm Masters all look around at each other in confusion, but didn't ask anything in the end and obediently followed Xianxia's orders to withdraw. Soon, only Xianxia, the 4 Saint Realm Elders, and Yang Kai remained. "Where did you obtain it?" Xianxia asked, her pretty face filled with a stern solemnity. "This boy brought it here." Xianxia pointed to Yang Kai. "Yang Kai, where did you find this? How did you find it?" Xianxia quickly asked, seeing a seriousness he had never witnessed before on Xianxia's face. Yang Kai fully realized the gravity of the situation and quickly explained what had happened. As the 5 saints listened to his tale, their expressions became even heavier. "What's wrong? Is he not a disciple of Ice Sect?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. He had brought the skeleton back out of good intentions, but now it seems he had actually caused trouble for Ice Sect. Naturally, he felt a bit embarrassed. "How could such an ominous creature be one of my Ice Sect's disciple?" Xianxia coldly snorted, a look of anger and even hatred flashing across his face. "Ominous creature?" Yang Kai was thoroughly shocked this time. "I had no idea there was some kind of grievance between him and your Ice Sect. I only thought he was one of your disciples who had gone missing. Since that's the case, I'll just return him to where I found him." "Don't touch him." Xianxia quickly stopped Yang Kai, shaking her head slowly. Seeing her violent reaction, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling dumbly. "Aren't you all making too much of a fuss over nothing? No matter what kind of evil this guy committed in life, he's dead now. What reason is there to be so wary of him?" "Who said he's dead?" Xianxia coldly snorted. The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly converged as a deep wrinkle appeared on his brow. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. He's not dead. He's still alive. Xianxia muttered, her pretty face still somewhat pale. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, sweeping his eyes over the other saints in doubt, but finding that none of them showed any meaning of refuting. Obviously, they all agreed with Xianxia's assessment. He's not dead? But this person doesn't have any flesh. He's just a skeleton with meridians. How could... Xianxia softly sighed, interrupting Yang Kai's words to explain. There are many strange life forms in this world which you have never heard of. No one knows how they were born. But these strange life forms normally possess strong vitality and odd physiques that grant them more powerful strength than mere flesh and blood. Hearing her explanation, Yang Kai couldn't help remembering the Jade True Spirit. That Jade True Spirit was also a sentient creature that lacked flesh, blood, and even bones. However, if it had been allowed to fully mature, its destructive power would have reached an earth-shattering height. Therefore, although what Xianxia said was somewhat difficult for him to comprehend, he still quickly accepted it. But you don't need to be nervous. This one doesn't appear to be too strong. Xianxia smiled slightly. Hearing her words, Qian Hao and the other saints also relaxed. Yang Kai, since you brought this thing here, you'll have to help us deal with it. Xianxia turned to Yang Kai again. Good. Please grant this junior instructions. Incinerate him. Xianxia pointed to frozen skeleton in front of them. Yang Kai said nothing and pushed his true qi directly, wrapping up the frozen skeleton in a ball of scorching flames. The ice melted at a rate visible to the naked eye, soon revealing the jet-black skeleton within. Just as Yang Kai wanted to increase his true qi output to burn it down in one fell swoop, a violent aura pulsed outwards from the black skeleton. Yang Kai was stunned, his expression hanging greatly as he saw the two empty eye sockets suddenly fill with two green flames, akin to human eyes, revealing a dangerous light as the skeleton began to move. It seemed to be struggling. Xianxia's pretty face darkened as she quickly waved her hand, sending a few energy spikes into the skeleton, nailing it to the ground. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately pushed his true qi to its limit. Suddenly, a screeching howl filled the air, penetrating the ears of everyone present. This howl was filled with cruel and violent impulses that seemed to be trying to warp the minds of any who heard it. Ice Sect's Saint Realm Masters were obviously able to ignore this, but surprisingly, even Yang Kai wore an indifferent expression. This fact was not lost on Xianxia, who had secretly been paying attention to him. She had originally thought Yang Kai would be at least somewhat affected by this soul attack, so she was quite surprised when she saw him could completely disregard it. The piercing wails ringing in all of their ears grew even shriller and soon took on a desperate feeling. Gradually, the tragic howls weakened and eventually disappeared. Boo! The black skeleton finally succumbed to the flames and was quickly reduced to ashes, completely disappearing into the wind. Seeing this bizarre scene, Yang Kai was having trouble associating it with reality. He had never imagined before that a skeleton without any flesh or blood could actually remain alive and retain its consciousness. Sect Master Qing, can you explain now? What was that? Yang Kai frowned towards Xianxia. Not knowing anything made him feel particularly uncomfortable. What point is there in asking so many questions? Qian Hao coldly snapped. However, Xianxia waved her hand and softly replied, There's not much I can tell you. In truth, even we don't know much about these beings. I simply heard from my Ice Sect seniors that he is a member of the Bone Race. Bone Race? Yang Kai's brow furrowed. They don't innately possess flesh and blood, only a skeleton and meridians, but among them there are masters of exceedingly high strength. The reason my Ice Sect became so weak is directly related with them. No one can say clearly where this race came from. In addition to the Bone Race, it seems that long ago many strange life forms suddenly appeared on Tongshan Realm. Remember how I told you before that, because of a certain event, many of the world's greatest forces were nearly destroyed? That event is related with these strange races. One of the reasons my Ice Sect has taken up residence here is because of those races. My seniors said that apparently, in the past, some of the Bone Race's masters escaped. We are here to seek them out and guard against them. Over the millennia, we have discovered a number of frozen Bone Race members and killed them, But since I assumed the position of sect master, this is the first time one has been discovered. Apparently we have still let some fish slip through our net. That's an interesting story, Xianxia said, a strange expression upon his face. How is it interesting? What you found this time is only a very weak bone race clansman. If it had been one of the stronger existences, our ice sect would probably have suffered greatly. Xianxia said coldly. Then why do you insist on remaining here? Xianxia was stunned. The bone race indeed has powerful masters, but not all of them are so strong. Also, we are not weak. Us guarding this place is to ensure they don't have a chance to resurface and wreak havoc. Xianxia smiled lightly. Xianxia trembled slightly hearing this. So what you mean to say is, you live in this secluded place in order to protect the world in secret? Hee, it's nothing so grand. We are just following the wishes of our ancestors. Besides, the outside world is a bit too noisy for us. After staying here for so long, we simply don't want to leave. Xianxia replied casually. Xianxia suddenly felt a profound sense of respect for these silent guardians. Elders, I must trouble you to take a careful inspect the area to see if there are any other bone race survivors. Xianxia turned to 4 Saint Realm elders and ordered. Yes. The 4 elders answered in unison before turning around to organize the transcendents behind them and setting off to survey the region. Xianxia stood in place, pondering for a long time before finally asking hesitantly, Will Su Yan be in any danger here? Don't worry. Xianxia turned her eyes towards the sky. As long as I am here, she won't encounter any harm. Even if there are any bone race survivors lurking about, they can't stir up any trouble here. Hearing this, Xianxia felt a lot more at ease, quickly took out the ice crystal from the black book space, and handed it to Xianxia. This is something I found in that same iceberg. Su Yan said that it was useful for those who cultivate ice attribute secret arts. Frozen ice jade crystal? Xianxia was mildly surprised, but after staring at it for a moment she called out in shock. No, this is frozen ice jade marrow? What's that? This crystal's outer layer is comprised of frozen ice jade crystal, while the liquid inside it is an even purer substance known as frozen ice jade marrow. Your luck is really good, even being able to find such a treasure. Xianxia looked at him with amazement. With this to assist her, Su Yan's strength will increase even faster. It's nothing less than an ultimate treasure for those who cultivate ice attribute secret arts. Saying so, she directed a smile towards Xianxia and asked, Giving this to me? Aren't you worried I might take it for myself? It also has great use for me. Xianxia smiled and said, Even if Sect Master Qing uses it, it doesn't matter. You can think of it as a gift from me for taking care of Su Yan from now on. Humph. Your tongue really is glib. Xianxia teased lightly. Don't worry, when Su Yan wakes up, I will help her refine this. I'm not so desperate as to steal something from a junior. In any case, I'll thank Sect Master Qing in advance for looking after Su Yan. Xianxia smiled brightly and cupped his fists. Seemingly realizing something, Xianxia asked, Are you not going to see her again before you leave? There's no need, I know she's fine now. Xianxia shook his head. Junior will take his leave now. Saying so, Xianxia turned around decisively and left. If you see Meng Wuya, give him a message from me. Tell him the favor he owes me. I'll collect sooner or later. Xianxia's voice came from behind. Without turning around, Xianxia waved his hand and soared off into the distance.